Hey, Bacon. Afternoon, Wahoo friends. Hello, hello. Sorry I'm late. How's your Saturday going? Honestly, considering how late I've been, I thought I'd have a little bit more time sipping my coffee. Oh, sorry, if I look a little 1,000-yard starey, or just in plateau. If I look at 1,000-yard starey, there's a game that I want to get off of my Steam library, which wouldn't usually be a problem, but it's tied to a bundle. And if I get rid of this one game that I really want rid of, then it's going to clear out like 20 plus games. So I'm just like, I think I'm just going to have to like suck eggs and just hide it. But it still feels like a cop-out, you know? No, Bacon, you're mistaking me for a wizard. I have a great many things, but not a wizard. There's too much chaos. Oh no! Well, Orchazini, hopefully work wasn't too hard. Take a load off, take a breather. Whatever we end up doing this afternoon, that's allow me to be vaguely entertaining. We don't have a squad from now on, so we may be mixing up the schedule once more. I mean, what Saturday stream survives first contact with the enemy? But I got a few things. Some weird, some mainstream, some odd. No, I hope I said hello, Jamie.
Hey, Ninja Brian. Is that a mystic space
I mean, there's a part of me that kind of wants to go back to Northern Journey because it's got that very kind of, you know, not paratropic, that very pathologic kind of vibe to it. But the last time we played it, I spent the entire day scritching. You know, like the bug designs and all the like the leeches and ticks and everything just kind of made me want to scratch my skin off and have a shower. But it was a really fascinating game, and like it's pretty rare that we get fresh stuff like that. God, if I ever get hours in a day, and the people to do it, I really want to go back to Pulsar, but I kind of want to do it in character. I don't know who would be the right squad for that, you know?
Stop that incessant clicking.
Jackie, I don't know how to tell you this. I think Sonic might be having a stroke. Sonic the nerd. Sonic the bird herd. Cool Sonic and Urban. Oh, no, Valen, if you don't think I've been up in my friend's DMs being like, I want to play it. I want to play it now. Like, it's going to be interesting because Rain World's basically getting a second run, and I think that considering the kind of game it is, Rain World's going to be everywhere come now, and I'm okay with that. Like, you know, I think I was talking about this if not yesterday then the day before. Like, yes, it is nice to feel special. It is nice to feel like a special little guy, you know, and we've been lucky to have that.
I got Gua tickets. Time to find a good white shirt.
That's rather glad of you to get the no, Jackie, I saw your posts, and I've never seen him live, but, you know, as the...
Do you think you could please warn me before you're about to light
as the unofficial heart and soul of Eurovision, they are always welcome.
Whatever, man. Let's roll.
No, Valen, I don't know if I can survive more Subnautica today. Like, that might just be me in the ground. But also, Jackie, you're right. You are the new Jarl. And, okay, joking aside, thank you for gifting us up to someone out there who's probably very confused. But also throwing in $3. Because that means that I get to not die and drink coffee. And honestly, enjoy the coffee. Actually, Jackie, I am confusing those two bands. God, it shows you like how I've been bad. Basically, Fiona had to go to the hospital this morning, so I got about 3 hours, 4 hours sleep, and then sprung into action as guardian of the animals. So, forgive me if I look more than a little bit haggard today. And what is it? I know this is not baiting anybody, not saying anything. I'm setting expectation. Today is going to be a quiet Saturday. You know, I had this grand idea of kind of returning to our mellow as a group because it's a game that I've enjoyed with friends a whole bunch, but no one's really vibing with it today, and I can completely understand that. For me, our mellow is a summer game, but when you stop and think about it, it is kind of like a warm, cozy winter game to play with friends. So, let me change the tunes. There's the constant battle I have with the audio here. I'm also fighting the urge to just fire up a sloop and trundle around Sea of Thieves. Dory Quill, what ho friends? Hello, hello. How are you doing? Well, Jack, yes thing, I do talk loud. I am naturally audible. So the longship is set up audio-wise so that in the event that I laugh or maniacally cackle or just have an unhinged breakdown, you'll don't have your eardrums blown out the back of your skull. Anyway, how are you all doing, friends? Over the games we got, I was having a look at one before we got started, and it might just be a bit too boring and obnoxious audibly, but if any of you ever played like the Tokyo Highway Challenge or like the Tokyo Extreme Racing games, which were basically this one big loop around Tokyo, and you buy a car, fix it up, go on like over the top street races. It was very much the precision racer to Need for Speed's Arcadian nonsense. I played the Dreamcast version more than I'm proud to admit. I think I managed to beat 3 of the 4 kings as well. The last one was just unstoppable. But whilst trundling through the interwebs, I encountered basically an indie version of that includes like online multiplayer and shadow modes and stuff like that. And it's good.
Stop that incessant clicking.
I guess I've been guad. And Jackie, thank you kindly. Dustin! What ho friend? Hello, hello. So I think the combination of engine noises and the frantic Eurobeat might be enough to turn off the entire longship. But if you are looking for a Japanese street racing game and only want to spend about $5, I genuinely recommend this. I played it for 10 or 15 minutes and immediately went, yes, please. No, so Dustin, before I get started, because it took a while to get up to speed today, and I'm just flicking through varying social medias, and it's the scene where Nicolas Cage's Ghost Rider meets the old cowboy Ghost Rider, and there's a glorious moment of cheese in it, and I was like, shit, I think I'm feeling the uncontrollable urge to get blackout wasted drunk and watch both of the Ghost Rider films. The irony, of course, being that Drive Crazy is still the better Ghost Rider film, but that's another story. Clank, Blue, what ho friends, hello, hello. Oh, and Jackie's pointing out that Gua's officially been subbed for 2 months here. Yeah.
Flex something pretty, go buy yourself something very heavily caffeinated. And sloop or sloop more, there is no temptation.
Sloop the woo. Well, let's fact with some different games. If we end up settling on the high seas with just some slooping conversations, then that's fine. Because my agreement was that I wasn't going to play too much Sea of Thieves off stream. And if I play with you lot, well, then that's fine. But today's not going to be on Mellow, because I don't think we're going to have enough people to play it. But there are a handful of titles that I do want to chat with you and discuss. Hell, I really want to talk about some Longshipia nonsense. Jackie, I don't know how many months Fred Durst has been subbed. Because, like, even before you found us, Kyle used to joke about Fred Durst Fridays. Mr. the Durst has been gifted multiple subs to the Longship. Yeah, Clank, I'm finding loopholes. Loopholes that allow me to spend more time with you lot. What a bastard I am. Well, so Jackie, Sven Co-op's kind of annoyingly in that sphere of it needs to be planned because we need to have a server ready and people need to be together for it. Like, Sven Co-op's a party game. It's kind of like the closest FPSs have to Mario Party, you know? Nice! Sorry, Ereman says that with the background entertainment can make an ice cream. Alright, what flavour? I went down a... Okay, I've been in a weird place for a good few weeks, as you well know. And one of my strange little, like, blink and lose an hour tangents was looking up homemade ice cream makers. Fucking fascinating. Because basically to make ice cream, you just need to stir and freeze. And Ereman's making... Oh! Look, Ereman, look, I'm not saying I'm threatening you with a ban. I'm not saying that. But I have enough shit from Relu making me hungry during the day. You can't be doing a toasted almond dark chocolate and candied sour cherry. Fuck. Like, I'm pretty sure I just got this entire channel TOS by saying that out loud. Now, I got a real weakness for dark chocolate. Like, that's my jam. No, it's not actually jam in chocolate, but you know what I mean. Yeah, Dustin, right? Fucking TOS. No, sorry, but jumping back, because I'm all over the place. Jackie, your reign was short-lived, but it was memorable. All hail Bacon Avenger, your new Jarl. And Bacon, thank you for 20 bucks. Like, we're good for coffee, we're good for caffeinated beverages. If I really want to just destroy myself today, you know, I've got a 16-ounce can of the Sonic the Hedgehog Peach G Fuel. Because I keep threatening that I'm going to make another round of the gin and Sonic. And every time I open the fridge, Sonic's like, ha, drink me and you could fucking die! Oh, thanks, Sonic. I wouldn't die. But I might phase through matter. I mean, look, I stand by what I said. G Fuel is basically pre-workout for nerds. But I can't help it because there's only a few stores that carry the full brand. But G Fuel has Tetris flavor, Mortal Kombat flavor, Naruto flavor, Sonic the Hedgehog, and I think a few other just like pure nerdery. Like, I find it weird that Sonic the Hedgehog's is peach and not blueberry. I don't suppose anybody wants chili dog flavored energy drink. But what is Mortal Kombat flavor? I guess the taste of copper and defeat. Tetris flavor is just cramming your face full of every schedule you can find. That's obvious. Dustin says the Tetris Blast is pretty okay. Oh, Archer of the Afternoon.
Sorry.
Watto, thank you.
Fine.
You need to go to bed.
Okay, good night.
I keep failing to thank Bacon Avenger. Bacon, thank you for the 20 bucks. Alright. I mean, it's like all the cash is going to go on food for us, more likely food for the animals. They're all rent, really, but thank you. Jackie, that is a gnarly link. I am not clicking that. But if it's an image, you want to throw it in meme sphere, we can have a look. Oh, I did make something last night. It took me a couple of nights, and I never ever want to do another one of the Sakura Wars mechs. But I finished my newest build. Actually, I'll get a little bit more light in here so you can see. I said, thank you. Check out this little Mother Hubbard. I put like a little rotating potato video up on the TikToks. But this thing's fucking cool. I think I was showing you a little bit of it yesterday. So the eyepieces move. And they're not stickers, they're actual like clear plastic editions. It's got all these fancy fucking steampunk nonsense. It'll like work in bends. And if I had the time, what you can do... I'm gonna pull the cockpit open. Oh, sorry. I'm gonna lift the hatch. Gonna lift the hatch first. There we go. Like there's a full like cockpit setup with cameras and all sorts inside. It's real cool. Kind of reminds me of like the second wave Rhinos and Land Raiders that 40k did. Oh, and Dowsett, thank you. Also, it's kind of a little bit closer to like the titanium finish because it doesn't really show up on the webcam here, right? But it's actually got this like shiny metallic finish that's really pretty. So there really wasn't a lot of pre-prep to do. I only inked a little bit of it. But as cool as the cockpit is, the complexities of putting that together took 3 or 4 runs. And when I was having a particularly bad night this week, I clipped everything together for the front piece and I was like, done. And I tried to put the eyes in. It didn't stay in. And I was like, up. So I looked back like 7 steps and I forgot to just click in these little pieces. And I nearly got a hammer. But I'm real proud of it now it's done, you know? It's kind of like with the Psycho Zaku. Just building the Psycho Zaku made me want to scream. But when it was done, I'm so happy with it. Do you know what I mean? So Dustin, we're waiting fire on Last Call BBS till it's like till it's out of early access. Is it out? No. So Last Call's still in early access, but once it is done, then we will definitely do a stream of it. Because I mean, we kind of have to. Like, there are so few instances of this in our industry. Because here's the thing: video games, you either win or you die. That is usually the process. Companies keep making games until they either keel over or until they explode horribly. And Zachtronics is actively choosing to stop. Like, Last Call is the last game Zachtronics will be making before they're gonna stop making video games. That's their choice. That's really powerful. Oh, Dom, which kit have you got? Oh, Tronra says it's on Game Pass. Is it still on Early Access? I mean, it's Early Access on Steam? That could just be how they're branding it. I don't know. The thing that I do miss is I do miss being able to get all the patches from. Okay, there we go. I do miss being able to get all the patches from all the games. There was kind of like a hidden thing for a while where finishing each Zachtronics game would allow you to buy like a patch for them all. I wasn't aware of that until I started hanging out with Sadlin proper, because the one I would have gotten a patch for is absolutely Opus Magnum. Yeah, Dustin, I never got the Opus Magnum patch. But, you know, the game is always with me in my heart and on every desktop where I download the GIFs and have another look at them. Oh, Dom brought the shit Mando gifts in the Boba Fett episode. Yeah. John Favreau, thank you for making Star Wars just a little bit better. I'm not saying it's all perfect, but you made You made the weird designs from the Phantom Menace. Fucking cool. I appreciate that. I've actually got Mando's shit eyeballing me around here somewhere. Mando! Mando! Here we go. Yeah, so I got the Razor Crest at some point. Though from the looks of it, this one's more like a flat model to be painted. Of course, I've disturbed the whole pile now. Though, speaking of model kits I'm afraid of, I really have to start this one next. Which I'm simultaneously so excited for and so afraid of. This one has an internal structure lighting skeleton with like feckin' wiring and shit. The fear is real. Okay, so Dustin's only got the Zectronics patch because as well it's the only one that they were dedicated to finishing. Yeah, I really love that. I mean, okay, you know my feels on this. Gatekeeping, bad. Inclusion, good. And merch that's only available to a certain subset of people always hits kind of a strange beat for me. Because on the one hand, when you're part of it and you're involved, it's feckin' great. But when you find out about these things after the fact, like with Destiny's limited merch or with this stuff from Zectronics, it always feels like, shucks. Well, so Dustin, one of these days we're going to do Exapunks as a group thing, because of all the Zectronics games, those had the zines and the PDFs. So basically, like, I might be the one, like, wiring shit together, but we can all read the PDFs and work it out together. But yeah, no, Dom. The new school Lego kits are solid. There's an Optimus Prime kit that actually transforms, which... But considering where it is in the house, like, I basically wake up in the mornings and see Fiona's Lego backlog staring at me. Jackie was asking, how many subs to try the Sonic Curry? Isn't that really hard to get hold of?
Anyway, why don't you and I go back to my place and, oh, I see you left it somewhere.
Sorry. But yeah, like, I'm always in two minds. I'm always in two minds when it comes to merch like that, because I love them when they're happening, but most of the time I find out about them long after they've been available.
Everyone who's anyone in LA is gonna be there. I'm extremely rich. Hey girl, welcome to my house party. It's a giant mansion, baby. Don't slip on all my money. Yeah, there's a lot of models and some supermodels too. Don't touch my diamond fridge. It costs more than the country of Peru.
Ooh.
Seduction is like a game of chess.
The standalone version of Hand of Doom. Yeah, I mean, it's one of the reasons why I've been saving Exapunks Dustin, so we can do like a big group one. The other one I've been saving for a group day is Cypher. Yeah, Cypher. Which is this huge, like, ice white library, and each section of this giant museum is a different style of puzzle with increasing complexities. So there's like enigma machines, there's number ciphers, there's letter combination, all sorts. I've got really high hopes for it, and I think it's the kind of game that I wouldn't want to do solo, because I'd end up getting frustrated and yelling at it. But the idea of playing it as a big group thing, like, that seems fun, you know? Because when you think of the size of it and how cheap the game is, like, people could each be playing their own version and we can be sharing, like, solutions and stuff. sorry. Here's me careening around. Dustin with the ARG puzzle, the Pirate Party stream. I've been trying to keep up with the actual puzzle that's currently going on in Sea of Thieves, but it's not bad by any means. I'm not dissing it. It's hitting a beat of you can only really get involved if you really, really, really know Sea of Thieves. At the moment, I believe the player base is trying to find the correct outfit to wear to talk to the right person to unlock the next part of the mystery riddle or what have you. Oh no! The pad is on! He's escaped from the pad again! Also, I became aware of a giant robot game called Void Crisis, a 4-player tower offensive game on an undulating battlefield. 4 friends, 4 mechs, and the mechs are hitting that nice sweet spot between like the Armored Core jet fighter style and Warframe's style of biomechanics. Oh yeah, so friends, this is probably just going to turn into the and then we'll recommend you a bunch of games day.
Or, you know, we could go a little more traditional, go for a walk, watch a movie. Actually, there's a really nice
I will say, one of the games I was tempted to try out today and share with you all is Marauders. But currently, it's only available by buying it directly from Team 17. And the beta's only available for 5 days. So if you pre-purchase it from Team 17 directly, you get to play it for 5 days, of which we are on day 3. So we only get to play it for 3 days. And I'm like, what are you playing? What are you playing at? Oh yeah, and Dustin, like, the Who Killed DeMarco mystery in Sea of Thieves is definitely giving me Blackout Club ARG vibes. It's just... I've been fucking spoiled. I am legitimately spoiled. You know? And I don't just mean all of this and this. What I mean is, like, we were part of the Blackout Club at exactly the right time in the right place. Like, we were just in that sweet spot of a community that was large enough to have things pop in, but small enough that we could be a part, or feel like we were a part. Today was the Sea of Thieves Fest in the UK, which was pretty massive, even for a game-specific event just in the UK during plague times. And I was quickly reminded of how huge the Sea of Thieves community is. Because at the moment, I keep hovering over the send button for the Sea of Thieves partnership. Because it would be really cool to be a Sea of Thieves partner, so our Friday nights would be legitimized. But in the flip side, like, the upper ceiling of people in that space is huge. Oh, yeah, Dustin. One more jump into sack card. Oh, excuse me. But yeah, the Blackout Club was such a unique and special environment. And when I say spoiled, it's that I've been lucky enough to get that kind of treatment, that experience. I've been lucky enough to be a part of something. And I'm clamoring for it in other titles, you know? But it's like, I don't want to chase the big ends, because, I mean, one of two things would happen. One, I would alienate all of your lovely selves, and it would just be me making crow noises at a blank screen. Or we do the big thing, and the big thing brings in 300 people, and then I don't get to chat with you lot because everything is like, like, you know, 100. I can handle 100 people at once. But Sorry, friends, here's me just whinging. I'm doing a whinge about the Twitches! Anyway, the takeaway is...
Online. Sensors online.
Hey!
Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Cheers to you, Crux. Happy Saturday.
What ho?
What ho indeed, friend! I was just talking... Okay, yes, I was whinging. I was just whinging about, like, I miss the Blackout Club. I miss feeling like a special little guy with a special little crown of specialness.
This is cool.
Which is a really privileged thing to say, I know.
Excuse me. Hey, I have an idea. Let's kick it.
Yeah, Dustin, I haven't had a chance to catch any more of the that particular cast, but Zalavir's kind of chaos was just such a perfect blend.
You put your hands in the air and grab a bird from the sky and eat it whole so that you may absorb its power of flight. Now you can also dive from fish because your vision's enhanced. This is the Cool Patrol dance. You're basically a superhero now, so throw some cars and rub your magnum thighs together and set fire to Mars. Now harness all your sexy fury in a victory stance. This is the Cool Patrol dance. Your training is complete. Now go show those fuckers who's boss. Okay.
That might be too weird.
Hey guys, listen
Sorry.
up. You put your hands in. Oh God. He might.
I was contemplating a tasting menu of what's on the docket for today, and milk inside of a bag of milk inside of a bag of milk was looking at me being like, yo, how weird do you want to get? One of the things I've been trying to do with a few of my friends who do have very established fan bases is be like, yo, do you want to just come over here in the Longship, play some weird shit? You know, the kind of shit that your fan base would usually go, ew. Which is fine. But one friendo did go, I don't feel I'm as cultured as you are, which I think was a very polite way of putting, you play some weird shit. That's too weird for me. Which again is fine. Because yes, I do play it with a lot of weird stuff. And when it comes to multiplayer experiences, there are so few great ones, I tend to save them for special occasions. I will say though, in the same vein as wanting to play, wanting to get drunk and watch Ghost Rider, I am saving Fear 3. We will be streaming that at some point. I mean, and also, like, Operation Raccoon City, that's one where we just heckle a video game, because it's so bad. It's so bad. Well, Fear 3 is fascinating, and terrible, and brilliant, and weird, and... It was a disappointment in terms of being a sequel to a very specific franchise. But it has so much weird stuff bolted onto a story that was already loopy bananas. Like, so I'm saving it for the right time, for the right person. But I will say, I'm easing up on the amount of like multiplayer games we've got going on right now. Organizing people just for Sea of Thieves is far more work than it looks like. I love that lot, but they provide a lot of stress. Oh yeah, so potential things for today. I don't think anybody wants 90s Japanese street racing. I'm genuinely, I said this with no parody, I'm genuinely curious to give The Cycle a run. And if you haven't seen it, The Cycle is the Tarkov-light sci-fi title. You know, planet full of bug aliens and people's doing people stuff. Much more of a simplification in terms of like systems and weapons and things like that. More of a level, almost kind of like an Apex Legends light kind of vibe in terms of the amount of work. Look, sorry, bear with me just a second, friends. Sorry about that, friends. I return! But no, one of the reasons why I want to give that a run through is, again, when it comes to multiplayer stuff, I'm getting more and more enamored with these. We need a term for them. We need a good term for them. Like, I don't know if we should focus on the fact that they're session plays. You know, you join a session, what happens, you get out. Or if there's a better way we can describe them. But, you know, ever since I was a kid, I've loved multiplayer experiences, but I've always been craving things that had more weight to them. And I always thought the natural progression to that was the MMO route. Like, I don't know... Dustin, I do know there came an echo. And voice-controlled things combined with Twitch streaming should be hilarious. It's not. It just means I spend the entire time fighting varying audio settings. No, so back in the day, I played a lot, and I mean an inordinate amount of Unreal Tournament, like OG Unreal Tournament. And one of my favorite things was to set the bots to like max, create a mutator playlist that was only bullet-based weapons, which I would later on replace with a hyper-realistic gun mod, which I don't remember what that's called anymore. And I would play the invasion modes, like specifically like, you know, the train, the boat, and the D-Day landing. And I realized I was trying to create an experience that had a realistic grounding in a surreal environment. I was trying to create these replayable experiences, and I always thought that what I wanted was for those to become bigger and bigger. You know, eventually the FPS RTS, the FPS MMO that we've always wanted. And that's not really what I wanted. What I wanted was what we now call kind of like emergent narrative games. But it's finding the biting point on emergent narrative between infuriation and experience. Pun Spectre, what ho friends. Today has mostly sucked. But I'm now hanging out and chatting with you lot, so it's definitely an improvement. Fiona had to go to the hospital this morning, which obviously, like, that sucks. But this all went down at, like, I think it was 8 o'clock this morning. So it's been a day. I'm working on, like, a pot of coffee and 3 hours of sleep. How are you? And I couldn't get enough people together for our mellow today. So, like, I'm genuinely considering jumping into the cycle. Now, I know that's a much more mainstream game than we usually get involved with, and it's not something that I would play a lot of. But at a zero price point, I'm very curious to see how these different people are approaching the same experience. Now, right now, I'm obsessed with Sea of Thieves. I know. Le gasp, le shock. If you want to take a moment to recover from the sheer weight of what I just said, I completely understand. But the reasons being, Sea of Thieves is an emergent narrative game with non-systematic progression, a absolute smorgasbord of potential chaos, and wonderfully designed to be inclusive with friends. Like, it's hitting all the beats that I want. Clank says it might be mainstream, but they've never heard of the cycle. Okay. I can have a trundle. Panda's like, what is this Sea of Thieves you speak of? Never heard of it. But I feel like we need a better language for a lot of this stuff. Because Danny Sexbang, you absolutely.
Play cycle. Indulge yourself.
Hey, Ehrman, thank you for the fun, my treat. 500 bits to keep this whole bloody thing going. We may only just have a trundle through it. Like, you know, do the tutorial, maybe do a couple of runs and just see how it vibes, you know? But no, so the thing I wanted to talk about was, like, when it comes to multiplayer games, like, we just need better ways to describe them. And I'm not, this isn't on you, this is as an industry. Because right now, what do we have? Multiplayer, PvP, co-op. Oh, what's this one? Oh, you shoot monsters. That's PvE. Alright. What's this one? PvPvE. This tells me nothing. And I've been thinking about this a lot since, like, the Skyrim mod dropped, and since I keep looking at Subnautica multiplayer and considering, like, is that a thing we can do? And the reason why I feel like we need better words around this is, like, Subnautica is one of those games that, I mean, it's brilliant, but you can only really experience it for the first time once. You know, it's designed so artfully as to feel like this, like, randomly generated, emergent experience. But nah, it is the most finely crafted, like, undersea adventure. And if you play that with another person, it changes the adventure. But again, you can only really do that experience once. If you then revisit it, that's a different experience. Whereas something like Sea of Thieves, each time you get into that, you do not know where your adventure is going to take you. You don't know what's going to happen or how it's going to shake out. Oh. Why are you in here? Like, I mean, yay, but... What is... I don't know how you all snuck in here. This is not your playlist. Get out of this. All right, I'm just put on some chill jams, so I get ambushed by DMCA-ables. Smallest, like, thank you for trying at very least. Just pop another banana on the barbecue. We'll just go from there. Well, the irony, of course, is that you can actually barbecue plantains and they're really tasty. It's like more conveniently shaped potatoes. Sorry, jumping back. I just feel like we need better words to describe the kinds of multiplayer experiences that we can have. Like, we're moving past a lot of them, you know? And eventually the languages will unfurl as these products become either more successful or more visibly distinguishable from each other in a user perspective. It's just... It's so hard telling people about stuff. It's like, what's this? It's a co-op game. Sort of. Are there other people? Sort of. Alright, but do you have to, like, level up and do stuff and what? Sort of. So yeah, pun spectre. Alright, putting a banana on a barbecue doesn't sound appealing, but it will light a boat on fire. Oh, as a random aside, friends, looks like there's going to be a third and final season of Picard. I'm trying to think like a... No, I was going for a joke about the TNG that you left in the back of the cupboard. But honestly, I'm still feckin' reeling from the last few episodes of the Orville, so... Like, the Orville does not feck around, and... Bacon was suggesting doing like a spoilers thread about it, and I don't know if I actually want to type words to deconstruct it. Yeah, pun spectre. It's the TNG we have at home. Though it does continue to make me smile that the Orville is basically the direct sequel to TNG. It's TNG if they could say fuck. So, oh, and Danny Sink, good afternoon. Ehrman, I know what you mean. I really enjoyed Picard Season 1, although it added a lot of weirdness towards. And Season 2 felt like my favourite characters got to have like a bottle episode. Like, it felt like the world's classiest retelling of a Star Trek RPG, you know? Which is fine. Fred has been telling me I absolutely need to to watch Brave New Worlds, and I think it's one of those, like, once money's a little bit less good, we'll look at subscription services, because I think there's a way we can get it without breaking the bank, but yeah. What was I doing? What's really annoying, friends? What's really annoying is, in terms of the experiential titles and multiplayer experiences and stuff like that, the game that I can't tell you about, that I keep playing, is a fascinating one because it takes a multiplayer experience and puts it into single player context and gives it so much more weight. Stupid embargoes. Okay, I should be allowed to break embargo if I'm just going to tell you guys this. Sorry, I'm going to tell you all that this game is good. Oh yeah, Discovery can disappear. The other thing I was telling friends when we were hanging on Discord the other night is, I don't tend to frequent the person as much anymore, but there was a friendo who I used to hang with who you could not bring up Star Trek Discovery while we were drinking, because if anyone so much as mentioned it in conversation, it was guaranteed that he was gonna, like, have a small unraveling and do this, by which point must be rehearsed, rant about how and I was corrected, it wasn't Kirk's Enterprise, it was Pike's Enterprise. How Pike's Enterprise was depicted in Discovery, and then the fan reworking of the same design with, like, an upscale. And then, of course, that would always follow by the video about, forgive the name, but the Cisco's pimp hand video should always have to come up. Which, being very dated and quite offensive, did hit some sweet spots that I quite liked about how, like, the Enterprise from TNG is very much designed like an exploration vessel. It's designed like a, not quite civilian, but communal group decision setup. You know, you've got, I mean, shit, the counselor has a better seat than the weapons guy. Like, and Worf is constantly being told to shut up. But, like, you know, you got the captain, you've got number one, you've got your counselor, and that little, like, half-circle bench thing. And then, obviously, like, you know, helm and stuff at the front. But weapons behind the captain. When Cisco gets a warship, that thing is designed to do one thing and one thing only, and it is kill the shit out of the Borg. There is no diplomacy seat. No one's getting a little like, oh, let's have a conversation about our feelings. No, this thing is here to do murder. Cisco's got problems, and I do love that. But it's got me thinking about different, specifically Star Trek, different bridge designs. I'm sure you've already had this conversation 1,000 times, but it's only something I've really started to think about, like, recently. As you well know, I was I still am a huge Star Wars nerd. And because of the way Star Wars stuff was designed, i.e., let's take World War II concepts and, like, sci-fi upscale them. So that means they always had a grounding, like in practical science. They only had a grounding in practical design, and then they made them science fiction-y, right? But Star Trek was always high sci-fi, and so I kind of dismissed a lot of the bridge designs throughout the Star Trek run. And as I've been getting older, I've started to really appreciate it. Like, I'm gonna dismiss OG Trek on this one, just because much like OG Gundam, you know, it was the first. There wasn't necessarily as much like thought put into a lot of them. But I will say, like, reworkings of that Enterprise, like, it's very much about the captain. It's all on them. Captain seat in the middle. Everybody's got their station, but it's all filtering through to one person to make that call. TNG, well, it's an exploration ship. It's a group ship. People have their fucking families on board. And so the bridge kind of reflects that, like, scientific exploration community. It's closer to, like, an armed research vessel than a big old murdery murder. Well, yeah, Varbles, you're right. Star Trek does a lot of storytelling with the ships. I just hadn't stopped to think about it, you know? Even with as much nerdery media as I consume, as much video games as I, like, throw myself in, there's spheres of nerdery that even I overlook until now. Now, what got me thinking about this was Pulsar, because, like I said, watching the Orville's brilliant, it's worth your time. Actually, the thing about the Orville in this same conversation is both the captain and the first officer have matching chairs. Like, there's no, like, one throne of command. There are 2 seats on the bridge, identical, the captain and the first officer. And that reflects a lot of the... I'm not going to say any more, because if you haven't seen the Orville, watch it. It's absolutely not Family Guy in space. Yeah, and Moot, thank you for bringing it back around. Like, the video of Cisco's pimp hand, again, it's not a great video. I don't recommend it, because it goes places. But it does highlight the fact that, yes, the Defiant is a warship. And it looks like a warship. It is designed to do war, right? Yeah, and Moose, which is something that most Starfleet ships just don't do. Actually, I'm going to bring up the Voyager bridge, because it's been so long. It's actually one of the reasons why I wanted to get Star Trek Elite Forces working, because you can do the Voyager tour. Alright. Oh, you're right, yeah. Voyager's... What's that one? Although, interestingly, so Voyager's a dual seat as well. Sorry, put like a... Oh, I'm not going to go into bloody Pinterest! Look at a bloody starship! Here we go. But that's in Spanish. Cool. Do any of you also speak Spanish and sci-fi? Alright, come on. Alright, here we go. So this is the one that Ehrman's talking about. Yeah, so Voyager layout. We've got 2 seats for captain and first officer. And then we've got... Yeah, like security up on the side. Science and engineering at the front alongside Helm. Earl was saying, would EPS conduit in Spanish still be EPS conduit? We'll never know. But I find this setup fascinating. I mean, Voyager was always a smaller ship, so they had to do a lot more with a lot less. Oh, man, I didn't give Voyager a fair feckin' shot. I don't know if I've got it in me to do another rewatch, but... Oh, and Vanderbeest. Watto and welcome. Honestly, we're just talking absolute nonsense right now, but we got onto talking about how the bridge design of Star Trek vessels is essentially part of the identity of the vessel. Bacon said, the color-changing lights, what brand is it? The car with a remote! And I said I'd never be an RGB liker. And Biggs! What up, friends? Actually, Biggs, I was contemplating having a trundle round the cycle this afternoon. We'd originally planned to do an Armello day, but a combination of everything happening so much here, and I haven't been able to pull together a full 4 people for Armello. I figure, let's have a natter, let's play some games. Yeah, Varbles, you know what, that's it. Voyager is a fine show, they wasted the premise. And, okay, wasted is a strong term. Like, we saw with things like Battlestar Galactica, and we saw with, Star Trek, Stargate Universe, that the whole, like, displaced in space has a really good premise for interpersonal stuff. I kind of want to write a formal apology to Neelix. Not the actor, but the character. Because I used to shit on Neelix so much, and I realized that Paris is actually the worst. And Janeway, as a captain, has probably exercised more restraint and control than any other Starfleet captain by not fucking spacing him after the first week. Like, I just would have been like, oh no, where's Paris gone? Guess he got queued. And this is just frozen corpse spinning out the back. Oh shit, Varbles, I didn't know that! Varbles was saying, so the Voyager showrunner left to do Battlestar Galactica after Paramount execs wouldn't let him do what he wanted. And Percy said, so on the genre of Gundam and spaceships, have you thought about printing your own at some point? We talked about this the other day when someone was like, you should get a 3D printer. It's just not logistically sensible. Like, the streaming space is not massive. I love it. We actually have a dedicated space. So, like, when we do Gundam streams, like, it needs to clear a bit more space out so that the DAGs can come hang out and whatnot, but I feel like a 3D printer in here would be too much. I don't know where it would go. And it needs to be ventilated and temperature controlled, which is pretty difficult. And personally, like, I've looked at some of the kits. The Gundam spaceships never super interested me. Some of the reworkings of things like White Base from Gundam Thunderbolt got me kind of back thinking about them. But to be perfectly honest, like, the whole premise of the mobile suit is it kicks a spaceship's ass. So yeah, I mean, personally, Defunct, it's a lovely idea. I've got an airbrushing set up and stuff, so, you know, if you'll send little 3D printed stuff, I can paint them up. I just, like, because my hand's been not working great for stuff, I haven't had the dexterity for airbrushing right now, but... And yeah, Agonaniki, if I really, really, really needed a thing, like, Fearless Sun has offered very kindly to be like, yo! And I may take him up on that offer, especially when it comes time to do the Nether Gundam. That's going to be fun. Oh, sorry, Tenori Wow, did I say hello? Now, I do agree with you. The episode where Tuvok chokes Neelix out did make me laugh. And definitely showed how those kind of things would play in keeping the crew from killing each other on a long voyage. And yes, Janeway's "there's coffee in that nebula" might be the most relatable line. Also, I mean, smart choices like, you know, removing the replicators so they had to grow and make their own food and shit like that. Smart. But yeah, Varbles, I actually didn't know that the Voyager showrunner left to do Battlestar Galactica. That makes so much sense now. Okay. Alright, so numbers said it's the guy in charge of Battlestar Galactica worked on TNG and DS9, only worked on a bit of Voyager for a few weeks. Okay. I mean, you can kind of see the DNA of it. But yeah, the reason that got me thinking about this, friends, is I was talking earlier about Pulsar The Lost Colony, which I love, but is a really boring game to watch streamed. So I kind of want to do it as like a YouTube series at some point. I mean, on top of the millions of things I'd love to do. Oh. Right now, friends, it's still the same situation of the most amount of time and kind of agency I get is when I do this and hang out with your lovely, lovely selves. Like, once stream ends, it's basically dog care, cleaning, and then by the time that's all done, it's usually like midnight or 1 o'clock. And it's like, how long have I got before I have to pass out into a coma? Oh yeah, Bacon. Babylon 5 smacks them of all. Of course, Babylon 5 suffering from just being ahead of its time. Yeah, now I'm just looking at feckin' Star Trek bridge designs. And again, it is fascinating how they're laid out. Okay, and I guess for TNG, it wasn't so much like a half bucket, but like, yo, the trio at the back, like, Picard's got his little fancy armrests, but the back three is very, very much, very, very similar chairs. Good times, good times. Also, I think it's still valid to deconstruct OG Trek and TNG. Like, it felt by, like, DS9, things had solidified, they'd found an identity, but there's so much of Star Trek The Next Generation that is wildly all over the place, and because they were the first to kind of try it, like, yeah, poor Wesley Crusher getting done dirty. What I mean by is that Wesley Crusher was meant to be a fan insert character. We, as fans of Star Trek, were meant to relate to him because he was meant to be the any person on the bridge, right? But what ended up happening is it came across the other way, that this was like the person who just got a free ride and was a bit of a whingy child. I feel like if they understood how the users were going to react to it, sorry, viewers, I should say, users as video games. If they'd understood how the viewers were going to react to it, they could have written in a better way to bring him in. Like, rather than looking at Wesley as a fan insert character, it's like, alright, on ships like the Enterprise where people have families, what happens when you're on deep space missions and the ships suddenly start being like, yo, this kid's actually pretty good and he just turned like 18. Should we give him a job? It also doesn't help that by being a syndicated show, it's entirely possible that the first time you ever met Wesley Crusher, he was already at the helm, doing the thing, but not in Starfleet uniform. And you're like, who is this speckled bastard? Sorry, I shouldn't say, spotty bastard. There was no chance to get to know the character and the struggles. Whereas now, you know, we do long narrative in pretty much all our shows. It's more expected than anything else. And so it means these characters can grow and change. So Earl's saying that HBO Max has Babylon 5. Okay. This is one of those like hours in a day problem, like, and I guess when we got the green to do so, because God, it's so complicated. It's like you can get HBO Max, and it's very expensive on its own, but if you come at it from the right package, like fucking like Hulu or one of the others, you can get the same stuff but cheaper, maybe, sort of. It's very confusing. Now, I will say that as much as I was craving to go back to Pulsar doesn't, at least in my feeling, Pulsar doesn't seem to understand how bridge setups denote experience, denote the function of the ship. But much like with things like Sea of Thieves, the ships aren't designed to be optimal. They're designed to sow chaos for entertainment. And Stooge, a good afternoon to you. What ho, friend? J-Post is doing the cancel one, sign up for another, and keep bouncing around. Right? Like, if I had hours in a day, I'd be fecking down for that. I'd be fecking down for that. Sorry, yeah, there's me staring off into the middle distance. Big Saxy, I have seen Carrier Command 2. Hell, I played OG Carrier Command. I can't remember why I didn't pick it up for the Steam stuff. I'm trying to remember why Carrier Command 2 wasn't one that we got stuck into. Because it was a really unique, like multiple people handling different parts of like a high sci-fi carrier. So part RTS, part action game, much like OG Carrier Command. And Navalis, what ho friend? Hello, hello. Yeah, I'm trying to remember why we didn't do that. I don't know if anyone's had hands-on with it. Yeah, no, nothing. It's not ringing a bell, so I don't remember why we didn't. I'm still looking forward to doing High Fleet at some point, which is sadly not a game about the Devil's Lettuce, but kind of a like post-apocalyptic airship battler. It's fucking cool. But yes, how are you all doing, friends? Happy Saturday. As I was saying earlier, while we did have plans to do our Mellow today, they haven't been able to get enough people together for it, which is fine. So I'm genuinely thinking of doing a trundle through a game called The Cycle. Now, The Cycle isn't by no means a weird, unknown entity. It's a free game on Steam. That's very Tarkov meets Apex. But I kind of want to chip away at it a little bit. I kind of want to understand it. I don't want to spend days and days playing it, you know what I mean? Hookshot's like, where's my gaming news? I mean, the gaming news today is small and not great. People are very, very angry at Humble Bundle for including Cultist Simulator in one of their bundles. And if you don't know the story behind that one, the gentleman in charge of the studio that makes Cultist Simulator is not a good person. They are very bad. And he actually had his head of comms do a blog post article of their own fruition. Sorry, had them post on their own channels like an in defense of him article. I know you're messing with me, Earl. I know you're messing with me. I am loath to pre-order Marauders for beta access, and it's only available for 5 days. So if we picked up Marauders, which I did consider picking up today, if we picked up Marauders, we would have it for today, and then, what, like tomorrow, Monday, and then I guess we wait until the beta starts for proper? I don't know, friends, we are fine for games. We are fine for games. I'm just taking you through the process. I just like not to flex on any of you, but my Steam library is 2,830 games. That's not including free titles. Oh, hookshot, that's easy. The opposite of Sniper Elite, shotgun idiot. Buckshot bastard. Hookshot's like, those are weak numbers. Gotta bump that up. Yeah. Well, it's what annoyed me is to get rid of Cultist Simulator because it came to me as part of a bundle. I can't just get rid of one game from a bundle. I have to get rid of all of them, which would result in just an absolute. I'd lose a lot of very, very good games. So I'm just hitting it on Steam now. Hitting it on Steam and I'm grumbling about it. But no, we will not be doing Sniper Elite. I still need to give my hand a break. And both Neon White and Sniper Elite 5 definitely contributed to hand strain. So I'm trying to keep things to even.
You might have a problem. Clearly you don't have enough video games. How do you even manage?
Honestly, Crux, I don't. Just day by day, friend. Just day by day. Crux, thank you for the 200, friend. I know this is a weird, bantermancy focused kind of afternoon. But hell, I enjoy chatting with you all. And I don't mean to sound as snarky as I do when it comes to game recommendations. It's a problem of mine. I've spent so much of my professional career having to justify my knowledge, because despite how much of the industry I've seen, despite where I've been, like, because I am not a programmer, a lot of times I will get questioned. Naming no names, but while I was at the Seattle Indies Sober IGDF picnic, I told somebody I was doing consulting work, and they kept asking me, but what do you do? But what, when you consult, what are you consulting about? And at the time, I was like, oh, it's a bit weird this person's asking me 3 or 4 times, but all right, I guess you don't know. Like, I've business, financing, project management, like how to get your video game company ready to go, taking products to market, understanding markets, And he kept asking, yeah, but what do you consult on? And I've been thinking back on it, and it's like, okay, I get it. It's because I'm not a programmer. You're trying to quiz my fucking game knowledge, and it does happen a lot. As a community manager, it can be very, very hard because in certain environments, people only ever see you as the harbinger of bad news, like the voice of the fans that don't understand their genius and brilliance. So it can become irksome So yeah, when it comes to game knowledge, I do get defensive a little bit. I need to not do that. Like, and the thing is, when I find people who know more about video games, I don't find myself doing like the cat, like squaring off against them. I'm like, finally, someone I can talk to. I've been desperate to start. I've been desperate to try and start a show with my friend Rob, who is one of the few people who knows the indie scene better than me from like a release standpoint. But he got snapped up by IGN, and so now he's working for them. Oh yeah, Agonanarchy, abso-fucking-lutely. Bust out the straw, go learning. I don't think there's any harm in like admitting, like, oh shit, that's a cool thing you know about. Tell me more. It's getting patronized and getting underestimated, and that's a problem with me. You know, I've been kind of fighting for myself for so long. I don't know how to not sometimes. Sorry, Hookshot was like, Will, never let someone question your knowledge. We all know you're full of nonsense.
You are part of the Sonic canon. Unless they can claim a similar as awesome thing, they can go get fecked. D.
You know, if I dropped one of the ends in canon, I could do that across my knuckles. Sonic canon. But yes, I am in a canonical Sonic video game. You'd think that would just be a dumb fact that I just dine out on, but I forget so often. Okay. So Agonanarchy was saying they've been running into the opposite problem lately, where their knowledge gets oversold. And like, no. I'm not actually the expert in that stuff, and you sent the email, cool. Agonanarchy, if I ever experience that, I will come commiserate with you. But it is what it is, friends. It is what it is. One of the great things about doing this is that I can now help anybody I want to, and if they don't want to take my help, I mean, fuck it, that's on them, right? I mean, sorry for the cursing, but, if I meet some indie dev teams and they're struggling and I make suggestions and they're like, oh, well, you're not a programmer. It's like, fine. Fuck a doodle do. I don't care. I get to hang out with you lot. I get to, deconstruct this industry that I love on the daily. If you want my help, it doesn't cost much. Sorry, I should say, when it comes to consultancy stuff, I only start charging if it's going to be either a huge time sink that might impact stuff here, or if they need it to be super duper private. But if people want to just use me as a sounding board or talk through ideas, I'll do a fucking marketing campaign. You all have seen me. I've done a marketing campaign on the fucking fly. Because the thing is, with a lot of these campaigns, most of the hard work is making it look good so that people with big fancy suits go, yes. Friends, you would be amazed how many great concepts or great ways of selling games die on the vine because someone didn't like the graphic design of some fucking PowerPoint presentation stuff. I'm very lucky that I got to learn from people who understood that. I wish I could show you the Rome 2 marketing campaign. It was fucking art into itself. The way the campaign was put together, the way it unfurled alongside, the not predicted by marketing stuff, but how the video game was going to progress. Different beats, different blits of history. It was so good. But what was so fascinating about it wasn't just how it was structured. It's how it was sold to other people inside the company. And that's where a lot of AAA stuff ends up eating shit. Because a good idea has to go through so many people that don't know. So the amount of work and time and effort that ends up going into convincing people who don't know that it's a good idea. So that's why I don't charge for a lot of like advice or like games industry stuff, because all the bits that I hate are taken out. So like Hookshot, you've always got my axe. It's really fucking cool that you sponsored us to show off Lightsmith this week, you know, because one, it allowed me to fully focus on that game for a day, and that's a chunk of change that is gonna, you know, help pay for Amos's allergy shots, or, you know, whatever it is the guinea pigs need next. You know, and if we end up having a heat wave so extreme next week that I can't work, I mean, the cold tub stream will probably happen. But yeah, if those things happen, yo, you've helped me out. But in terms of like Lightsmith as a title, the marketing of it, I'm always willing to talk about it. And if you don't mind me like professionally grinding your gears a little bit, you need an asset pack. With love and respect, need an asset pack. The only asset that myself or Scotty can find is the key art, and the rest are a lot of screenshots. So you either need to go for like a beautification of some of the screenshots or characters, or somehow give us some more assets to work with. Okay, you know what? Lil Young Guns. Hello and welcome. Watto. We're just talking about marketing assets for video games. Which I know is not the most... Don't be a dingus. Don't be a dingus. Yes, okay, so, Lightsmith. Things that should go into it. One, you need... I'd say maybe like one or two really nice high quality animated GIFs. A couple more... I mean, the problem is that it's about expanding the light. So I guess that's what the asset pack would really need, is some examples of the light like expanding and taking over. I think that's the way to go. And potentially, yeah, some more like illustration type art of some of the characters. I don't know if you have any plans to add faces to the varying villagers alongside dialogue, but that might not be a bad shout to then start like creating some more assets for there. But I mean, Hookshot, that's not just on you. The amount of like high quality video games that pop up and say and do not have the amount of like high quality games that pop up and absolutely do not have any decent GIFs or screenshots or art in them is more than you would imagine. Earl says that they're not convinced I'm not three corgis in a trench coat.
Stop that incessant clicking.
No, Jackie, no. Jackie, no, I will not acknowledge this. I will not acknowledge this. You can't make me. But Jackie, thank you for gifting a sub all the same. Oh, sorry, Hookshot was saying that I don't need to defend advice. Too old to have stupid pride. I mean, shit, that's what keeps you alive, right? Like, it's also the other thing of, and you, I mean, Hookshot, you've got a kid, you've gone through a lot of life, but one of the things that I do tend to encounter is, as much as we say we haven't, the whole thing of like the alter indie still exists. And a lot of indies feel like they have to be everything to everywhere all at once. And that if you're helping them, that means that they're not succeeding in a sphere. Jackie, no. Because yeah, Lightsmith's premise is lovely, and in terms of like the play experience, there's definitely a few edges to smooth, but it definitely gave me all of the feelings that I wanted from it, and it really getting that first bar together was really good. I've just got to make 7 more of them now. Sorry. But yeah, with Lightsmith, probably gonna lower it to 5 because less grind. I mean, understandable. Like if I had to be like honest with Lightsmith, I would say using individuals like myself, like content creators, or people whose opinion that you can judge as having like some valuable output, getting as many rounds of that as you can whilst going through the early access, and then when it hits version 1, that's when you do the big push, I think is definitely the way to go. Like, I think I'd need a little bit more coffee in my system today to work out how best to sell Lightsmith as a video game. But, I mean, not like you don't have a team that knows stuff, but like, you know, the way I look at it is that if my suggestions align with what your team is already saying and doing, that means that you've basically had like independent verification. Or if I'm able to suggest stuff that your team hasn't, it just means that because I'm a step removed from development, I'm able to see it from like an external perspective. And friends, there's so many games I wish I could help with for this. So many games. Of course, the irony being is that with our teeny tiny little corner of the internet, is that once these games succeed, they don't need us anymore. Hookshot says put Lightsmith on a t-shirt gun. A big football game. Do you know Hookshot? Do you know what I would do? I mean, when it's safer to do so, I would print out 1,000 Steam keys and go to an event that is semi-family orientated. Once the game's a bit more stable, like, and when it's to a point that, especially the pad controls work, just hand them out. Just hand out 1,000 Steam keys at an event. Like, look for families. Look for like. Basically, go to a PAX, find the families, hand out keys. Just do that. Like, there's no point getting a stand. Like, Lightsmith is a game that isn't immediately visually conveyed because of the whole pushback against the darkness. There's a challenge. If you have like a big rotating demo above, like, you're almost going to have the sometimes always monsters problem, which is that it doesn't look like shit to watch the video. Like, or always sometimes monsters. I say that with love and respect because those games are fucking brilliant. You got a PAX Australia stand. Lovely. Because the way I'd look at it is that Lightsmith is the harder sell than the Sacred Acorn. The Sacred Acorn, cutie patootie, squirrel, open world exploration makes sense, right? Lightsmith's more complex. Who are you? You are the Lightsmith. What does the Lightsmith do? Well, you gather resources together to forge materials that relight a world bathed in darkness. And at that point, you can kind of, over the G Fuel energy stand blaring their noise and, like, I don't know, the Sony booth, you can see the person's kind of going to be giving you a confused look, but they're like... So that's why keys in hand at PAX Australia, like, do a... how to phrase. No, you know what? I'm just not going to draw comparisons. Just for PAX Australia, put as many codes in as many hands as possible. And because at this point, it's like it's using it essentially as the it's using it as a way to get awareness of both titles out at the same time, and especially if you consider later on of doing stuff about the Sacred Acorn into Lightsmith, kind of like doing like a cross-pollination there. So that way on updates to Lightsmith, you can add a little bit of variety when you're like, oh, this patch is out. Because like your patching schedule is good, and your patch notes are feckin' solid. Now it's just adding some visual assets to the patch notes. Oh no, it does have them. It just squishes them. Nah, that's cool. But yeah, using the Sacred Acorn, basically using Lightsmith to advertise the Sacred Acorn, creating ideally an accelerated amount of interest in both. Okay, I'm selling you on an idea you've already agreed on. I just like talking. I like talking about this stuff. I really do. Oh, see, there we go. Jackie's got it. Just getting out of the Super Bowl. Yeah, what does that cost? Like 20, 30 quid? 40 quid? I'm sure it's fine. Sponsor E3. Lightsmith sponsors E3. If we can bring light back from the darkness, then you can bring this convention back from the dead. Hookshot's like, hey, I'm really sorry, I got him on a rant. Nah, you good. You know I love talking about this stuff. And at least your game doesn't have a hauntingly terrifying Animu girl that stares you in the face immediately when you start it up. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna show this to you, because I do not want to play this game for you all. I'll probably end up playing it myself, but I need you to know. Alright, so record scratch. Pause music. So, I was talking about this earlier, but I'm a huge fan of the Tokyo Highway Challenge series, or the Tokyo Extreme Street Racing, as it's called in some regions. It is a game where you race around a loop section of Tokyo in increasingly more over-the-top cars. Very, very 90s. So this game, you know what? I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce it, because it's very Japanese. This game came across my feed, and it was $5. And I'm like, okay, no, all right, this looks interesting. Like, count me in. So I picked it up, small install. I mean, it's got online multiplayer. It's got loads of content packed in a very small space for $6. Sorry, not $5, $6. It seems great. So let me just boot it up for you, and hopefully it doesn't blow eardrums. So I'll just turn this down for a second. So I'm like, all right, let's give this a go. Let's boot this up. Let's have a look. You know, I needed to get caffeinated earlier before we could get stuck into stuff anyway. And this is immediately what greets you. And the thing is, that's not even the most haunting Animu girl. You can tell by the very noise as to why I didn't want to jump into this. Where is it? This is the character that eyeballs you the moment you start in. The haunting, dead, bosomed anime child monster of this Tokyo roads. Now I know not what we're racing for, but what we're running away from. And yes, I am a big fucking nerd. I did buy an AE86 immediately, and...
Bringing E3 back from the dead. Your scientists were so preoccupied with whether they could, they didn't stop to think if they should.
Well, I mean, okay, Bacon, thank you for 200. I agree with you, but the problem is, I now know people working on new E3. What am I supposed to do with that? Agadaniki's like, I am not afraid of spiders, sharks, holes in walls, heights, blood, or gore. But I'm afraid of this. I fear no man. But that thing scares me. Alright. Just don't have to look at it anymore. But no, seriously, if you genuinely enjoy... No, don't tell me it broke the... Okay, now we're okay. Sorry, friends, it looked like the audio had just exploded and I was about to cry! There would have been angry, ugly tears. Yeah, so I started playing that earlier today. It's genuinely good, except for that haunting creature, which, by the way, does not appear anywhere else in the game. I don't even know why it's there. It feels like one of those anime masks that sometimes people will wear for like cosplays and other things. But if you pulled it back, there'd be just nothingness. Like if you opened up the mask, it's just a screaming, twisted Junji Ito void of hell. Oh yeah, no, you're right. Anime girls to get the sales. Indrid, how are you doing? Today has been a day. Fiona had to go in the hospital this morning. They're doing alright. They're snoozing. Just like back pain to the point of like taken out of action. Turns out it's a trapped nerve, so there's nothing that can be done apart from painkillers and whatnot. So I'm functioning on a lot of coffee, 3 hours of sleep. But Indrid, I'm doing good. We're going to experiment with a game called The Cycle. A slightly more mainstream game than usual. Jackie Fox is now playing this game. We're going to experiment with a game called The Cycle for a little bit and just kind of hang out today. Like, admittedly, I did want to play on Mellow with people today, but I failed to really get a squad together. No, I will not drive you 1v1. Drive yourself home. Call an Uber. Harmonious is like, you know what? Junji Ito Void of Hell does sound like my jam. Yeah. We haven't really been able to do that kind of horror well in video games. Because despite the similarities in visual art style, was it Book of Horror? Book of Horror does not evoke the same reaction that Uzumaki had, or like Goyo? The one with the walking fish. Clang saying, you keep saying it's mainstream, but I've never heard of it. Then again, I'm not a good if you're not a good barometer, are you a good barotroma? Although, we'll probably be playing Barotroma after the Summer of Chaos. That's another one of those games I want to save when we can get the right people together, you know what I mean? So alright, let's take a jaunt through The Cycle. Again, it's sci-fi Tarkov with more of a what should we call it? Apex Legends style combat system. Not quite as like whee, but of a similar vein. We just got to strap my handle. And yeah, after that we can do whatever we want. Like I said, friends, it's gonna be a quiet day, but I'm just happy to be hanging out with you lot, alright? You know, when all else is going to shite, I still get to spend my days showing you all some video games. Oh, sorry, it's called The Cycle Frontier. My apologies. There we go. And like I said, you know, I'm trying to resist the call of the ocean so I don't just spend all day just playing Sea of Thieves at you all. Do you wanna be running? Also, this was made by Jaeger, who, if I remember correctly, were the team behind Spec Ops: The Line. If I'm not going completely doolally tap. Choose your prospector! Let's go for... let's go for onion here. Now, I could play the tutorial and learn how to play this game cleverly, or I can just go be a loot goblin. Actually, friends, will you excuse me for just a second? I just realised the bloody aircon's not on. I'm like, why am I sweating up a bloody storm? There we go. There we go, Nuggies. That should help. The Nuggies got like a metric fuck ton of salad today, so they're very happy.
Arrival. Come over to my bar and I'll show you the rope.
Oh, good. I don't understand what any of these things are, but here we go. Yeah, so Clank, it is Shooty Gunbang, and it is in space. But it is touching on the... Alright, talk to the leaf bar. It is touching on that Tarkov-esque style environment, or I should say Tarkov-style like multiplayer environment, which is something that I'm very invested in. Like, the Tarkov devs fighting against representation because of reasons can just fucking do one. Like, I'm not defending that at all. But it created an environment and experience that no one else really had. And here's the thing. Either be inclusive or die. Like, that's kind of the video gamey way. And I know that sounds dumb, but, you know, not being inclusive means less users. Tarkov is flourishing because it is the only gig in town, but it is entirely reliant on single purchase sales, and those will dry up. Like, the only thing you can spend money on in Tarkov is buying the game or then upgrading the game so you get more goodies. Like, let me tell you, at the beginning of a cycle after a wipe, Tarkov is extremely pay to win. Because I got a press key 1,000 years ago, which gives you the max rank kit. So each time a wipe starts, I'm there with like a fancy sniper rifle that goes through most people's skulls. And I get to play the bastard. Oh shit, they're playing my song.
So you want to be a prospector? Well,
Shush.
first things first. Head to the faction HQs. They'll give you some work to do.
Don't exposition me. I don't care.
Ah, a new prospector.
Brilliant.
Come to work with Korolev, huh?
Korolev are the industry guys. They keep the station powered and the factories running. They put jobs out for raw materials and old machinery. Their gear's
Nobody
nothing fancy,
cares.
but it always works and packs a punch.
Oh, okay, so this is our, kind of like the weapon manufacturers in Borderlands. These are our different vibes. Numbers is like, no, Will, I will not excuse you. You get your butt back here and you play that video game. I'm sorry, Numbers, I didn't mean to. I just had to turn on some air conditioning. So I think we're... Oh yeah, we're very in space right now. I think we trundle down to the planet. We shoot some bugs in the gob, do some missions, explore. I also think that they've removed the food and water requirements. Did I say you can have aircon?
Another prospector? Good. Osiris always needs more people in the field.
Oh man! Dude, I loved this guy in Umbrella Academy.
They'll have you hunting down alien beasts one day and picking pretty flowers the next.
Hunter
High-tech
Strider.
thinking, top of the line. Over specialized in fiddly, if you ask me.
I mean, I also should say, friends, like, you know my feels. As I said, be inclusive or die is one of my personal philosophies because eventually, if you try and overly exclude individuals and groups when creating games, one, your game will probably die due to lack of sales, but two, someone who's prepared to be more inclusive will come along. Now, that could be in terms of, you know, representation, that could be in terms of, like, controls, or actually how accessible the game is to get into, but someone will come along and do the same thing, but with more inclusivity, and wreck your day. Like, I know PUBG's not hurting for people, but, you know, what did it end up being called? King of the Kill? King of the Kill got wrecked by Purpurpica, and then Fortnite went, alright, we'll make the most accessible...
ICA. Working with us keeps the station going.
The Independent Civilian Advisory. Their job is to keep the station and everyone on it alive, so yours is to get them whatever they ask for. ICA's gear's almost all designed and built on the station. Point of pride here. It's good stuff, well-rounded.
Belters.
You'll need some gear before dropping down if you plan to survive.
So,
I'll get you started with some spares.
So, Clank, what's on your need-to-watch TV listings at the moment? What's on your what's on the docket? Maybe we can help play. Oh, everything, everything. Okay. Which may also include everything, everywhere, everything, everywhere, all at once.
Prospector.
All right. Oh God.
Free gear won't help if it's not equipped. Open your inventory to check your loadout. Take care out there.
Okay, no, we're doing this. All right, so, hi. My name's Will, or I think I'm playing as Orion now. So I show up on this station, I'm like, boy, I sure am ready for my first day as a prospector. Oh, this gentleman's being lovely. Guy's cleaning out pint glass, like, all right, welcome to the station. I'm gonna help you out, I'm your buddy. All right, so go talk to the 3 people who are gonna give you jobs, the 3 people who, like, handle parts of the station, and he'd be like, oh, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool, as he's cleaning out his little pint glass. And so you go and talk to them, and each of them give you a little mission. I think one of them's like, kill a monster, one of them's go pick some flowers, I don't fucking know. And then after having gone through all that, he's like, you know what, well done. Now, as you can see, I'm a mere bar owner, but let me give you 15 guns and 30k in cash. Did I just get Tom Nooked? Do I owe this guy? What just happened?
Safe pockets won't be able to carry all your loot. Equip a backpack.
Does anyone need a backpack?
Good. You don't want to go down there unarmed. Pick a weapon to equip.
What do we feel like, friends? A little bit of the daka, a bit of the boom, clack, clack, boom. That is the dumbest looking shotgun I have seen in quite some time. Oh, look at that one. That looks very fancy. Did someone say backpack? Let's just go for a spot of the daka.
Now, remember to take some ammo. Make sure it fits the gun you choose. Light, medium, shotgun. You get the idea. A quick grenade throw or emergency health stim could make all the difference.
Alright, we'll take
Shields are a necessity. Unless you're one of those crazy scavengers that drop down near naked.
Naked and afraid is a valid method for these kinds of titles.
Your head makes for a pretty target down there, so don't forget a helmet.
Yes,
A
remember
mental
friends,
scanner will
your
help
brain
you
gets
find
smart,
valuable
but your head
ores.
gets dumb.
A must-have for any real prospector. Okay, you're all set. Head to the launch terminal. From there, you can start your first drop onto Fortuna 3. You may want to insure some of your gear. You won't get the full value back, but it beats nothing if you get knocked out.
Never! Insurance is for nerds! And if we're not playing Chumbawamba rules, then are we really playing this game? So we get knocked down, we get back up again. One of you is leaking goo. What is going on here? Oh, fuck. God damn. Hello, hello. Right, where were we? Haha, joke's on them. I can't replay the tutorial if I've never played it. Alright, so gear salvaged. So how much is it? Oh, no, affect that. This is a triple currency nonsense. So I'll have none of this. Sorry about that, friends. Right. Let's take some strange Tom Nook guns and see what the planet's surface holds for us. Oh God! Well, I think we just went through somebody's bloody tree. Alright. Left Alt is your communication wheel. No, thank you. Let's check settings. Do not want to hear anyone else's voices. Audio. Dialogue. Push to talk. Off. Incoming chat volume. 0! There we go. Right. Oh, and... there we go. That's a little bit better. Sorry for the... let me see if I can turn off motion blur. This is where I get clacked in the gob for fucking around. Okay. Interface. Okay, shadow quality, medium, obviously. Motion blur off. There we go. Right. Okay, there we go. A little bit crisper. A little bit anyway. Hopefully it's not jarring for your lovely selves. Alright. Complete the mission. You might need a material scanner. Check your map for info. Alright, so we are here. What the bloody hell's that? What's exploding? Why exploding? There's like fucking rain of fire going on here. To Dead Idiot Gaming, good afternoon. Hello. I guess feck that one person in particular. God, the audio's phenomenal. Sorry, I highly doubt the stream is showing just how audibly lovely this is. Alright, so, deliver nickel, hunt a strider, deliver compound sheets. What was rattling at me there? Excuse me, are you a strider? Have you been known to stride? Oh no. Oh no, I made him angry. Ah! Ah! What are you? Fucking Muppet! Whose Muppet is this? Yo, someone please come collect your Muppet. Come collect your Muppet. I just did a murder. right? So objectives was Hunter Strider, done. Deliver nipple. How do I use you? Okay. Scanner. Great. Cool. Wonderful. I don't know how to use you. Oh, just hold Q? There we go. Oh, okay. Alright. Well, that's lovely. We found some items. Oh, and apparently I should definitely use some health. Alright. Excuse me. Excuse me. Okay, no, see, Vanderbeest, that's an illegal idea. You can't just be like, what if the Muppet Purge? Interactive screen? Oh man, I love those. Okay, now that guy didn't like me last time and he spat in my face. Shadow the Hedgehog spat in my face, and I don't want that again. Oh look, we found somebody's stash. But no, Vanderbeest, the idea of doing a Muppet reboot of The Purge. Alright, now, I don't know if we can order, like, Uber Eats out this way or what have you, but definitely some Battlestar Snackalactica. Well, this seems lovely. Pretty planet. Look at that low atmo. Now, I do wonder how being that close to that asteroid ring would probably wreak fucking havoc on the atmosphere. Sorry, I shouldn't overly science this, should I? Here I am, doing prospecty things. Stabbing a dude with my knife. Don't actually know how to use the healing thing. Nope, something's hissing at me. Those Buglian guys are not happy with me. I don't want to get spat on again. Oh, I don't want to break my legs! Ah, my legs! No! I also realise I've had push to talk off, so I've just been yelling at everybody. There we go. Mute microphone on. There we go. There we go. Okay, question. In an all-Muppet Battle Royale, who do you think would come out on top? Because I've been thinking about it, and it's like... everyone's always going to think, like, Animal, possibly Miss Piggy, and I don't think that's an unfair assessment, but you know what? My top three has got to be Kermit, obviously, because he knows how to survive. Like, Kermit... Fuzzy Bear, because he's got thick skin, but also, like, Gonzo, just because Gonzo's general ability of not dying is very impressive. Actually, Percy Defunct makes a good point that Beaker's basically unkillable. Thanks, loud birds. Yeah, I don't think Beaker can die. But that does feel like a... Beaker feels like an immortality at great cost. I don't know how to heal myself. Why is this guy angry at me? I don't know how to heal myself. Yeah, I've got these like little stim packs and stuff. Little like No, I didn't yell at Zeus again, I don't think. Welcome to the alien planet, getting hunted by Muppets. I thought I saw something. Oh yeah, it's a person. It's a poison. Jump for me. No, no! And once more. And run away! It's very important to pretend like you're aggressive and you know what you're doing. And then run. Like brave, brave, brave Sir Robin. No. Everything in this alien world is new and scary. Sounds like someone's walking with hands made of teeth, and I don't like it. I don't like teeth hands. And yet more things I never thought I'd have to say in a video game. Okay. What's the button to do a heal? I'd quite like some healing. No! Don't spit on me! I'm unhealthy! Spit and not! Oh, screw you. Fucking Muppets. Oh, cool, I found Spinal Base. Oh, this place is full of Muppets. I walked into a Muppet nest! Shit! Shit! Nesting Muppets are at their most dangerous!
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Haha!
Oh hey, look what just popped up.
Yeah, Muppets! But Harmonious, thank you for 43 months. And friends, I know today has been just unmitigated chaos. But I really appreciate you all sticking with me today. No, I hear you rustling. And I say no, oh, oh. Oh, cool. Found some bedsheets. Right, look, listen. Listen, Linda. Found a little room. I'm gonna hang out in this little room. I'm gonna work out how to heal myself. I'll hold E. Weak stim. There we go. Just chugging these down. Ah! But yeah, Fearless, Watto friend, hello. Swalmaz! How in the hot feck are you doing? Hello, hello. We're experimenting with a game called The Cycle. I don't know why I said a game called. We're literally playing it right now.
It's time to start the violence. It's time to win some fights. It's time to meet the Muppets on the purge this frightful night.
Ah! It's time to arm the weapons. It's time to get a knife. It's time to make a sprint if you want to keep your life. Bum 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 ba-dum bum 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 ba-dum. Running for the evac. Da, 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 da. Okay, so the southwest east collection point. Moderate danger. Oh, where's my ship? Alright, so the ship can take some while. Ah, cool. Taxi's here! Take me home! I don't want to fight any more Muppets! You land your big wobbly ass on this ship. It is time to feck and off. Stay put in the ship. I said stay put in the ship. Please don't shoot my face. I said please don't shoot my face. Hey, I didn't die. Okay, so jumping back. So Swallows, you're coming back to Seattle? Yes! How can we? Swole, we've been... I won't lie, like, shit's real hard right now. But we're doing it, you know? Or Fearless, better yet, what if I'm the imposter monster back on the ship? God, I really want to play some more, Oh, so we had to deliver some nickels. We still got that one going. Sure is a lot of numbers. Joke's on them. I can't read. But yeah, so the title we're having a bounce around is called The Cycle. It is a... Oh, shit. It is a free Tarkov-esque sci-fi type nonsense. And it's not bad. It's not bad. Definitely gonna need more drugs, though. Definitely gonna need more drugs. So yeah, so Robin, there appear to be 3 currencies. Like K currency, fancy, spangly currency, and then I don't know what the other one is. Currently, this is available on Steam, which is the version I'm playing.
Yes? The rewards for that should be worth your while.
Dangerous Science Part 2, deliver some fancy flowers. Aww. Emmanuel, if you just wanted us...
Very well.
If you just wanted us to provide you with a gift for your nearest and dearest, you just had to ask. What's this? Oh, okay. So this is just getting us to... Yeah, if you get the faction level up, then you can buy the big gun, and then the big gun costs them. I guess everyone sells munitions. And a good hat, good pants. Friends, I'm going to waste so much money in this. Because the thing is, either we just play this today and we experiment and like kind of push the boundaries a little bit of what this is. Oh, I have to sell my stuff. Okay.
Alright, good job handling that. Come back to the bar. There's a few more things you should learn.
Alright, well, I'm very confused, but alright. If anyone wants basically a great big alien spinal column, I feckin' got you. Spinal columns for everybody! And it does have crossplay. Lovely, lovely. But yeah, so Swalwaz, like, we've been experimenting with this today. I'm a huge fan of the kind of the Tarkov style of game. I really like it. And so I'm real excited to...
Welcome back.
Experiment.
Manage that easily.
God, this... Throwing a lot of stuff on us all at once. Wow, it's really getting us to do
The ICA thanks you, Prospector.
It's very much got the free-to-play style of pop-up, win, numbers, pop-up, level up. What have we leveled up? I don't know. Apparently it's good. Cool. Got it. I don't have it. All right. Visit the lagoon and bright sands. Hunt creatures in the lagoon and bright sands. Yeah, numbers, I feel like, what did I do? Oh, no, yeah. Sorry, I walked into that, didn't I?
Is that all?
A little bit, but let's do a spot for shopping. Alright. Small backpack. Take data drive. They'll sell us the teeny tiny little shotgun. Wonderful. Cool. Great. I'm gonna put so many things on my gun. It's going to be great. I don't know what all of these things are, so I'm gonna stop looking at menus. But yes, I really like the idea of these kind of games because rather than like your traditional team v team or deathmatch or even kind of like the standard co-op, these kind of games that just drop everybody in a nice little compact sandbox and just let you do whatever, like experiment, explore, get into mischief. I think that's real cool. There's a lot about Tarkov to not like.
Here's a few materials and some K-marks for a job well done. Now put them to use over at the public gear printer. You can get more advanced gear there. It'll make your life as a prospector a whole lot easier.
Oh, this will be the money. This will be the money store or what have you. But yeah, I still think this kind of like group experience game hasn't really been explored in the slightest. I don't know what's happening. Brilliant. Wonderful. Daily actions. This is a lot. This is a lot. I'm very confused. Sorry. Oh, okay, so I'm not sure what the gold star coins are, but it looks like the fancy ones are the paid currency. So this is kind of like, I guess, oh yeah, prospector skins, weapon skins, etc. So we've only got 250 in that traditional kind of like, okay, here's how you bring it together. Oh, and a little leafman, just a little charm to put on our stuff. That sure is money. That sure is a lot of money. Lady Nora. I thought this was the public gear printer. Alright. Oh, it's up around the corner. There we go. Oh, I'm not doing a good job of explaining this game. I guess I'm still learning it myself. Hello, robots!
Why don't you go ahead and make yourself a new bag?
Alright.
You can always put in for a rush job. It's not free, but your time isn't either.
By the 9. Legendary sniper rifle. Cool.
Prospect Station provides its namesake heroes with their own private quarters. I called in a favor and got you a place early. Right next door, too. You can thank me later. Just keep the factions happy and stay out of trouble. Enough chit-chat. Go check out your new home.
Yar! I don't know what I'm doing! A big Watto friend. I got into a Muppet fight, I threw grenades at somebody's face, and generally trundled around the surface. How are you? Hey! Thor, how goes it? Thinking everyone's coming by today. It's like y'all could sense it was a chaos day on the winds. We're just giving this a trundle through, as I'm kind of curious to see what this title has and hasn't done. Income generators, brilliant. It's a big money printer. Makes you wonder.
Let's start with unlocking your supply crate generator.
Cool. We're basically going through a very traditional free-to-play opening.
Supply crates will get you ammo, stims, guns, whatever a prospector might need.
Stop that incessant clicking.
No! Okay, and whoever it was that gave Thor a sub within seconds of them showing up. That's really cool of you, thank you. So, Thor's saying they kicked on No Man's Sky for their yearly checkup, named a Star System buttlord, broke the game economy. It's been a day. Lovely. I'm still a little salty that both Gary Planet and Smash Mouth All-Star were deleted when they had to do the wipe, but it is what it is. I basically took all the lyrics to Smash Mouth All-Star, found a planet, worked out how many objects there were on the planet to name, and then worked out that many backwards, so whenever anyone found the planet, the listing would be, hey now, you're an All-Star. I was very proud of that.
This is where you can pick up your supply crates, as well as any salvage and insurance packages. Upgrade your generators and you'll even get some Aurum and K-Marks. Bit of a reward for keeping this place running. That's about all I can do for you, kid. Now, go make a name for yourself.
That name is the Flailing Muppet. Does it feel like someone broke the toilet? Man, why can't I just take that gun off the wall? Sorry. So, I don't mean to nitpick. We've got things to do on the surface. I should check my inventory. What do I need? To be a lot more healthy. I'm exceedingly unhealthy right now. But can I interest anyone in some Strider flesh? Like, I don't know how many of you have already had lunch, but, you know, if you're still hungry, we do have Strider flesh. Didn't I make more of a backpack? Numbers had some Impossible Chicken Nuggets for lunch. Lovely. Oh, yeah, no, and Swole, it's entirely fine. It's just, Fiona's got a trapped nerve at the moment. And that, on top of everything else that's going on, is just... It's just hashtag a lot right now. It's just hashtag a lot. Alright, so I can move my stuff. There we go. The thing I wish that Tarkov gave us all. A nice little sort everything button. So it's not like things are awful. Like, hey, I'm able to sit here in this chair, hang out with you and Thor and everybody. Like, I'm not doing badly. It's just... Oh, it's going to take 10 minutes or a little bit of currency to get it now. All right. Well, I get it for the moment because we're here to... We're not here to faff, we're here to experience. And currency only has value if we're planning on staying. Nope, I've got to claim it as well. Lovely, lovely. But yeah, like, aside from, like, the regular... You know, the video game space at the moment is feckin' fascinating. You know, I know, Thor, you played through Stray. I haven't finished it yet, but what a game. Also, Thor, I'd love to know your feelings on Inscription, because I was a little worried. Oh, there it is. Right. You go here. You go here. Oh, and that is cool. It auto unequips the stuff in your backpack rather than making you put things within things within things. Oh, you got plenty of durability. You're fine. And Thor, I'm so glad you enjoyed it. My worry wasn't that I didn't think you were going to get it or anything like that, but Inscription is a game where the game master cheats, so you have to learn how to break the game to essentially cheat back. Casey's mod can be a lot. Oh, cool, so we can buy that. Ooh. Thank you. of those, please. And what kind of ammo does that take? Big chunky ammo, lovely. It's time to play the music! It's time to start a fight! Actually, that's a good point. I don't know if the snipers come with additionals. So we'll take that. And that. And we'll take that. And we'll take one of those. And we'll take one of those. And all the things that you wouldn't usually buy when you were starting out a new game, because you'd be like, oh no, I'm going to save this stuff for later. Haha! Joke's on them. I'm going to use it. Lost Flowers. I don't know if the snipper riffle... No, the snipper riffle does not come with snipper attachments. But that's okay. Because it's time to play the music. It's time to murder fools. And we can put a great big scope on the gun. Oh. Oh, okay, yes. So we need to hit that. There we go. Put a scope on it. There we go. Look at that. Lovely. Lovely. Now let's go feckin' kill some people. Go to the Golden Corral and bring a sleeping bag. I think we've been challenged with some monster hunting, so I think that's the long and short of it. Just find myself some help. But yes, I thought I was saying they destroyed Inscription via game mechanic memery. Well, see, that's what I love about it, is that it embraces that part of CCG play about breaking the system and making things over the top. Not only is that allowed in Inscription, but it's encouraged. Casey's mod is fascinating because you have to try and do that in a very constrained environment, and it's fucking fascinating. Yes, and Thor, I would absolutely agree. Now, Thor, did you get the chance to play through the Hex? Because they are tangentially linked. And I... You know what, I'm going to take one of those. And you know what, just give me a crap load of those. I know I need them, you'll know I need them. So the Hex, I'd be very interested to know your feelings, because that one is more a game about game development. That one's less meat, more breadth, less depth. But in terms of like the actual story, once you have finished it, it hits like a dump truck, and it may hit you very different than most people, but I don't want to say too much. Am I taking a great big med kit with me because I don't expect to live? You're damn right I am. Because we're not gonna make it. We're not gonna make it. Ah, shit. It's a pistol. What are we gonna do with it? Take some baby ammo. There we go. Alright. Okay, now I'm ready to go out and do some science. See what my missions are. Alright, so we need to deliver some water fleet, find some nickel, visit the lagoon on bright sands, and fucking kill some things. Cool. Conservation. Yeah, the Hex is absolutely an experience, and I do recommend it. I don't know if you saw the hard drive article, it was very funny. Which was, fan of Inscription can't tell people. Fan of Inscription cannot shut up about game they can't talk about. And why not? Anaperios, what ho friend? Hello, hello. How goes it? This is a new one. This is the Cycle, which I think we nattered about a little bit, but this is like, you know, Tarkov light. Harmonious was saying this seems vaguely appealing to me in the way that they've seen Tarkov isn't. They got the feeling from Tarkov there wasn't much to do apart from kill or be killed, which is true. I mean, there was scabs and scab-like things, but that's not the story. And yeah, this does have a few more PvE mechanics, and it's a lot less... It's a lot less nonsense. So I don't have to worry about my character dying of dehydration because I got trapped in a building and forgot to bring a can of juice. There also doesn't seem to be the leveling system of... Oh, look! It's a fucking beach! Love it! Alright, where are we? We are here. And where did we need to go to? Jungle, crash, lagoon. Was it a lagoon? The lagoon on bright sands. These sands look bright, and that's a lagoon, so let's follow the beach. If there are sharks in this, I will scream. I see, this is one of the things that's why I try and play a myriad of different games. Because sometimes you play something like Tarkov, that, God, it's a story generator, right? Like, playing Tarkov has generated in so many adventures and stories, but it's incredibly impenetrable. And it is a game with such a violent learning curve as to be unplayable to new people. You know, if you started playing Tarkov at the wrong time, you might as well just forget it. Like, you're not going to be able to play. The only thing you're going to be is basically a loot goblin with a round of Naked and Afraid. Oh, I needed to find nickel, I think it was. Well, that sounded very bad. Oh, I guess that's somebody getting out of here on their little private jet. Stopper says they just want Ashes of Creation. Which one's Ashes of Creation again? Apera says they might try this again as they bounced off it hard due to the RPG feeling they got from health bars and monsters. But yeah, I mean, friends, for those of you that weren't around for it, when Aperios was still streaming nights, we played an inordinate amount of Tarkov together. I will admit, I was very drunk. I, on more than one occasion, did the "I love you, man. I love you. You're so good at streaming. I love you." But Ashes Creation 2025 MMO is being heavily based off of player feedback. Okay, I mean, it sounds fascinating. Don't be a mimic. Don't be a mimic. Don't be a mimic. Don't be a mimic. What am I supposed to do? Just stab this thing? Alright, well, whatever it is, it don't open. Hello! Consumables, love it. Thank you. But no, like, Escape from Tarkov was the first in its little space. And that's really cool. It's just... it's not an approachable experience in the slightest. You know, when we talk about, like, Sea of Thieves, I can say, yo, do you want to come play Sea of Thieves? And you'd be like, sure, I want to be a pirate. What do you need to join in? Nothing. But if I say, hey, do you want to come play Tarkov? Like, you got to block out a whole ass day. You know, we've got to go on very carefully curated adventures. We need to bring a fire team to back your ass up. And yeah, even trying to buy stuff in Tarkov is a massive pain in the ass. You have to earn the right to be able to trade on the market. But the thing is, if you're starting late in a cycle, the cycles in Tarkov is they wipe the servers intermittently to blitz everybody back down to zero. If you start late in a cycle, you basically just have to die upwards until you have enough rep to be allowed to use the market, so you can then buy whatever is needed for the... Oh, no. Piss. Why aren't you a big bastard? I knew a big bastard's coming closer. Nope, nope, pistol time. Ah! Cool. So he spits in my face. Don't like that. Alright, it's back to pistol. Fucking die already! We're just not going to talk about that, alright? Everything's fine. Everything is fine. I'm here to be a god. Capri Sun, straight into my vein. That's what's in med packs. Oh, there's another one. Well, now. Today I am learning how to use this gun. And apparently I can use it poorly! Don't you skitter at me, mate. Don't you skitter at me. Oh, my life! All along it was I who was the Muppet. It's time to play the music! So Lost Flowers, so Tarkov is kind of fascinating. So actually, this is where this conversation starts. Ooh. I'll take a shotgun. Pistol. Somebody died here! Why does that sound big and scary? Nope, 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 nope. I'm just gonna hide round here, and we're... just gonna jab one of these in my neck. You'll hear that, right? Okay, so Lost Flowers, the way Tarkov works, and the reason why it gets talked about so much, is it's a very different way of doing multiplayer. So the idea is much, I mean, and this game is kind of like an evolution of it. There are multiple people all on this map, all doing different things. Some people are out like I am, hunting monsters, others are like gaining rep, but players are up against each other, or not. It's entirely up to them. Now, we know what users are like. Users shoot first and ask questions later, especially if they're working solo. But again, if anybody wants any extra spinal columns, I've got loads. So if we encounter another player, most likely they'll engage us. You can play the cycle with up to 3 people, which is real cool. And Fred, yes, I did just use an inordinate amount of performance-enhancing drugs. If Captain America has taught us anything, it's that winners use drugs. Like, so many drugs. Right, how much kit have we got? Quite a fair wedge. Can I put that in my... No. I did find a shoddy 2-hotty. And 2 pistols? Oh, yeah, because we stole them from that guy. But we don't have any shotgun ammo. Piss! Perry says, so I've seen a lot of fighters and monsters in the game. How does it feel when fighting in a hallway? We've seen one person, and we kind of gave them a pause for thought, and they kind of fecked off. But I don't yet know where, like, the hot zones are, so I'm kind of just bimbling through. Combat system feels similar to... Oh, thank God. To Apex Legends. So I don't know if it's going to have that same intensity. You know, I don't think it's the one bullet across the map, clack. So long. But then I'm not entirely sure how much fun that's been in the past, you know? Housing textiles. Cool. I do like this, though, for a spot over. The other thing that seems to have taken out of it is the time limit, which I'm very grateful for. Oh, I've got too much stuff. Oh, no! Alright, I'm sorry, Shotgun. I'll always remember you. For those of you who don't know, again, so Tarkov is hyper-realistic. Oh, okay, realistic's the wrong word, but Tarkov has a lot of realism-based systems. So, like, your character needs to eat, your character needs to drink, you know, holding your gun up for too long tires out their arms and whatnot. And as you level your character up throughout play, those things get better. Yeah, it's military sim near to the max, but I don't want to call it realistic because it's like, you know, you play a half-hour mission, and if your person doesn't drink an inordinate amount of water, you'll just die. Yeah, you can go from being fully hydrated to just dead in the space of about 20 minutes. Storm incoming. Evac will go offline in 5 minutes. What does that mean? Do I have to run? Am I in trouble? I think I might be in trouble. Oh well. If we lose, we lose. But yeah, so Tarkov is a lot of things. But it's kind of, its session-based approach to emergent narrative gaming really threw everybody for a loop. Like, it's definitely got something special about it. Plus, it has one of the most robust firearms customization systems in any game. Oh. Rare jewels! Put those in my pockets! For me mate Jules! We meet again. Haha! Oh, you feckin'! Dude vomits a stream of laser. That's just shenanigans. Sorry, hold that thought, dear friends. I'm dealing with... Ah! Feckin' Muppets! How? Stop dancing! This is not the Muppet show that we requested. So Aperius, I don't actually remember what this is classified on Steam. I think it has the early access tag, but I don't know if that's actual early access or if it's the Fafamancy style. Alright, so where's the nearest extraction point? That way. It's time to play the music. It's time to run for home. It's time to get the fuck out of the Muppet Show's monster dome. I got nothing, friends. How are so many of you? I need to go home. Spitting that hot liquid felt. Yeah, which is actually a thing that Muppets do when threatened. Not a lot of people know that. That's how such adorable animals can exist in, like, New York City and places like that. Please don't feckin' shoot me. Please don't feckin' shoot me. I need a ride to get out of this place. I will say that this feels kind of like an evolution of what we were expecting from like the Division. Lagmeister, what, oh friend? Job's done. Time to work. Let's get the fuck out of Dodge. I will say it does have the nerves here where I can basically feel a bullet looking at me. And Imperios, to answer your question, while it's being very loud, I've been wanting to give this a go for a while. I don't think this is a game that I'll play a lot, but I'm so obsessed with these like experiential multiplayer environments. So personally defunct, I have seen the game Ready or Not. I'm very not thrilled with that development team. Look, shiny numbers go up, apparently. Amos, what's wrong, baby boy? What do you need? What do you need? Do you need outside? Sorry, friends, bear with me a second. Apparently it's... I'll leave you all on the station. So yeah, Imperios, if you'd like to join me for a trundle, I'd love your company. I mean, shit, Thor, if you want to come join us, you know. I don't know what you're all are up to. What I do love about these kind of games is they open up for banter. Oh, alright, sorry, I'll be back in a... Thank me, bloody. Friends, I'm so sorry. It's like I finally get everybody together. If anybody wants to get this on the download and have a trundle and a banter, I'll be back with you all as soon as I can. I'm so sorry. Hello, hello. Let's careen once more onto the surface, see what kind of trouble we can get into. I'll sell varying things, rebrace my hand. And J-Boys, thank you for the 100 bits. I'm so sorry about today, Brent. I'm so sorry. Hand in our things. Civic duty. So anyway, friends, tell me your tales. How is your Saturday going? What have you been up to? What have you been playing? Regale me with your stories! As I shall once again hurtle my way around this strange alien landscape. And the plus side, if anybody wants a free handgun, I've got one. Lamlot is wreaking havoc in a Minecraft server. What kind of havoc are we talking? I worry if I should be encouraging this or not. Oh, and I'm the one that gave them enough salad to, like, start a small
hello,
revolution.
Prospector. Excellent work, Prospector.
Metal alloys next, okay.
Come back anytime.
And I think that we can sell stuff. I think we can get paid. No, the Nuggies got more salad than they could possibly want earlier on today. Because there was just ever so slightly too much kale in the bag, so I was like, you know what, feck it. Dig in, kids. Mechanowell picked up a bunch of a box of card sleeves. Ooh, the fancy Ultra Pro, lovely. Half of them with a different colour. No, no, that's not good at all. So Cyrus is the sciencey stuff, and so who are the other blokes? Harmonia spent the morning doing fish science. That's better than regular science. Defoaming. Oh, I take it that's meant to be the canonical thing that happens to you when you die. You get covered in safety foam and then defoamed. Of course, one of my favourite performers from the Spider-Man series, Willem Defoamed.
It is good to see you again, Prospector.
Oh, yeah, you want fancy stuff, don't you? Don't sell me any weapons. That's not fun. That's not right.
Excellent.
Oh, way cool. Mechanowell was saying that their partner got into Monster Hunter Rise, so they got a spare copy and got them through a part of the game where you have to have a dog companion. Lovely. That's lovely. What was the... Oh yeah, heavy quick draw reduces time to reload.
Excellent.
Yeah, gonna pop one of those on my snipper riffle, because I really need one. You woke up to a Will stream. Oh, I'm so sorry. But, yeah, today's been a little bit more chaotic, but... 4 charms. No charm. No charms! Oh wait, we can take a smugger instead of a pistol. Shit, yeah. Seems like a great idea. And I'm gonna take it. This is like the fancy store for fancy people. Yeah, it's a fancy store for fancy people. Oh yes, so this is one of the those fanciful give us money for a season pass type elements. Robin said they remember the Manticore being really, really good. Okie dokie. Thank you for the heads up. I think we've got all we need. So we need to go mine some ore. What was it? Mine ore, find some thingies. Oh, deliver some metal alloys. Lovely. So, Lagmeister, this is a... we were talking about this earlier. We need better words to describe games like this. So, this is... PV, EV, PvP. There are other players on these maps also getting into mischief, also trying to complete objectives, and just murdering each other on sight. It's almost like a continuous sandbox. So it's less formal than something like Hunt Showdown, where your objective is very, very clear. And it's a little bit more forgiving than something like Tarkov. A bit more directed than something like Tarkov, because I know we keep bringing it up, but the thing about Tarkov is that while you can get air quotes missions from vendors, it doesn't really change a lot. Someone's getting a ticket home. Are they coming or going? Wait, are they landing here? Oh, thank fuck. Because if they were landing here, that means that someone else is here. And that's bad for me, because I'm not good at video games. So this feels more like a continuous sandbox. And it's interesting with games like this that a lot of the time the difference between a big hit and a stonking failure is really just kind of like the flavor to taste. Nothing. Lame. Alright, so we're here. I guess we're going through... Oh god, are those the rock pools? Rock pools are for nerds. I hear you rattling away over there. I'm not dealing with you today. Whoever you are. Sorry, Lagmeister, you got a proper chortle at me there. No! Remember, friends, say no to Muppets. Someone's in there. And if I see them first, they're gonna be having a bad time. Having a bad time. Aren't you very blasé? Sorry, there's someone out there. I hear a lot of splashing around in the water, and it's hard to know if the splish splash making a bath is another player I've made grave errors. Yeah, very Apex. This is the end of Will. It's time to play the music. Please don't shoot me in the bum. There's that adrenaline. There's that Tarkov vibe. Nope, 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 nope. Remember, kids, don't silhouette yourself before you wreck yourself. Okay, these rifles are very hard to use. Alright, I see you, Shoddy Too Hottie. Don't think I don't see you! We're not friends! Now, was I the one that started that? Yes. Are there two of them and one of me? Also yes. Am I now running for my life? We're going to find ourselves a nice little corner. Hang out. I'm really sorry. Piss! Other person. And that, friends, that is when the spice starts. So after encountering two people and getting my dumb ass... Oh, so I had my cash safe in my pockets and... I did not progress. But I did do exactly 69 damage to Boogalorian, who then killed me. And Ills took the brunt of my damage there. Yeah, Lost Flowers, it looks like it's time to defoam. Oh. Yeah, that definitely had the good spicy wheel right there. Now, one of the things I'll be very curious to know is how much of this is... How much of this is being... I don't want to say gated, but like, how much of this is... I'm trying to think of the right words here. Does my level play much of an effect on what's going down? That's what I'm trying to... I guess what I'm trying to have a ponder on, you know? I'm just going to take an assault rifle and some mischief after this. Because everything else is for nerds. Pop some optics on there. Pop a handle on. It'll be right good. Wow, sorry, I keep getting lost into the paint. Oh, and Sadlin. Oh, hey, friend. How goes it? So, Secretly Robin says the biggest thing in this was getting better guns. I mean, with the very video gamey vibe of, you know, ranked... So this is your shooty gun bang, but you can have, like, a uncommon, rare, epic, legendary versions of the same thing. It does create a situation where I guess it may be harder to keep up. So that's why I wonder if they're gating the environments. Like, I wonder if I'm going up against other people in the same kind of weight class as myself. And if so, how does that change? Because, again, Tarkov's whole thing was like, staying with the curve is very difficult. Sadlin, today's been a fucking arsehole of a day. And there weren't any other takers apart from yourself for Armello. So I have been wanting to experiment with this game, so I figure, you know, why not? Let me go buy some stuff to duct tape onto this, and we'll go from there. One of those, and 5 of those, and maybe some grenades. Those might help. C.D. Robbins says they have a sneaking suspicion there aren't gigantic numbers of players in this game. I mean, it's a free title on Steam. That's not a difficult spot to be in, you know? So it's entirely possible that, you know, this has an unknown but large user base, or that it has none at all. You know, the problem with games like this is it can be very difficult to tell. Anyway. Back out into the fray once more! But yeah, so Sadlin, how's your day going, friend? Because, so Secret Room, what I saw with this one is it didn't get a lot of coverage because its initial launch was an Epic exclusive and it had a strange kind of marketing quirk around it. And probably could have stood to do a better job of defending its originality. Sablin's been rolling along, playing a bunch of Magic, including one of the dumbest Canadian Highlander matches they've ever seen. If by dumb you mean awesome, then sure. Also, we need nickel. I'm sure those bugs aren't anything to worry about. Muppet. Yeah, get dunked on. Creature that is significantly smaller and weaker than me. Aha! Make sure we're not about to get. This looks nickly. No. Muppet, no. Oh, so Harmonious was asking what Canadian Highlander entails. You can definitely do a better job describing that yourself. There we go. Nickel found. What else is on the objective marker? Water lilies or metallic alloys. Do I look like a botanist? Don't answer that. So Saban says, Steam Shot says this game had 9k players as of 24 minutes ago. 24-hour peak of 24, all-time of 41. That's not awful. I mean, that's enough players. I mean, so long as you've got a decent revenue stream coming in, that's enough players to maintain a game like this. Shh. We're Muppet hunting. I guess we can sell a few spinal columns. Delicious. God. I hate this game. It's making me hungry sometimes. I will say, friends, the audio in this game is exceptional. Brittle Titan ore. That sounds expensive. Alright, so we are here. We actually need to turn upside down and head this way towards the waterfalls. I mean, the fact that it has a functioning minimap alongside other things that Tarkov goes, no, If you want to learn these maps, you got to learn these maps yourself. GG no re. Listening for sounds of people with... Fuck are you? Alright. Why do I feel like I just walked past a Sarlacc pit, shot one of the tendrils and went meh, before almost dying horribly? Here we see Will not getting along with the flora and fauna. Oh, there's somebody leaving. How did I get spun round again? Okay, so that's real cool. Oh yeah, so Salem did an explanation of Canadian Highlander. And you're right about the whole thing with Commander where you kind of have to temper your deck. But it's also partially because you got to temper it to keep friends. But also, like, you have to manage how powerful you are perceived by other... Why isn't this up?! I am going to yell at space. So I guess we're going this way, whatever it entails. Win, lose, or draw. Yeah, it's one of the things I actually do enjoy about Commander is that it makes you manage how powerful you are or how powerful you perceive to be. Alright, shit, we gotta go right across because I cannot seem to get to the fucking waterfalls. So I guess we're going to the bloody rock pools. Alright, cross-country adventure! I will say, this game is very pretty. It's ever so slightly... It's got an ever so slight deviation from kind of like the hyper-realistic style. A little bit of that. Like, this game wouldn't feel weird if it was cel-shaded kind of vibe. Okay, so the highway will take us... Okay, so we go up round the bend. The highway will take us to base camp. And across base camp, we can hit our extraction point. Lovely. So unless there's a storm that starts coming, we're good. Oh, shush you Muppets. Now, perhaps just trundling directly down the road is not the brightest manoeuvre for me. Oh, shush. Hiss off, mate. Oh, no, not you. You spit on me, and it's bad. So much vomit. Why are you so gross? Legendary Rattlerhead. I can't wait to get my face blown off by some numpty. Apparently that's a legendary resource. Why is it making spooky noises at me? That seems bad. That seems bad, right? That's bad. goes very quiet because this is a bad idea. Stab this. F to pick up. Yo! Who wants a free case of the Baja Blast? Oh shit, I think we just disabled the security. Let's go get into trouble! Can't tell if there's somebody else down here or not. I found a whole underground facility. Probably shouldn't be here. This is ill-advised territory. On the plus side, though, because this doesn't have the generic time limits that Tarkov has. Oh yeah, Lamalot.
Reactor online. Sensors online. Weapons online. All systems nominal.
Hello Will. Hope you're enjoying your day. The game you're playing reminds me a bit of the building layouts and module box shapes designs in Halo Infinite, and the pick-up-able plasma coils.
Okay, no, I can see that. I can see that. This is the Cycle. It is a Tarkovian-style shooty gun bang game. And it's interesting. That's bad. Loot inside! It's absolutely not a trap. Oh, wow. No, that's no joke. That's a lot of goodies. Why do I feel like I'm just currently bimbling through, like, the most violent area? Words of the Dalai Lama, I am not getting paid enough for this shit. On the plus side, we can go from here to North Uplink and avoid shenanigans. Arena, the inventory screen's more simplified than Diablo. I mean, that seems bad. There's weight limits, item slots, etc., but it's very, very clear cut. Someone's getting the piss out of here. Smart bastards. Okay, we need to cut across here. So yeah, there's Northern Uplink. That's good. Ah, shit. Muppet birds. No. Bad Muppet! Bad Muppet! Again, hold that thought. But no, Rainier, thank you for 37 months. Things have been a little chaotic today. Okay, a lot chaotic today, but regardless, this game is interesting. Like, honestly, I don't think I'm going to play it more than maybe a session or two. It definitely comes from the fact that that Sea of Thieves has utterly spoiled me. But there's a lot to like about this. Oh, wow. Sorry, Rainier was saying that back when they were a QA tester for Magic the Gathering online, they gave them all unlock accounts for testing that had all the cards plus foils. Oh. Like, no one person should have all that power. It is kind of fascinating just to see how companies like Wizards and things like that, how a large proportion of their creative choices over the years were very, very early business decisions. Sorry, I've been watching a lot of Toy Galaxy the last couple of days. Alright, so this is base camp. We need to go through this. high danger. Oh, hell no. So we're going round. And one of the things that's been really interesting is they've been covering a lot of the companies that kind of interacted with or were affected by the Harmony Gold bollocks. So, you know, Battletech the cartoon, Exo Squad, those kind of things. For those of you who don't know, the unseen mechs and all the shenanigans that happened with that happened because of a little short-run cartoon called Exo Squad, which we renamed Endo Team because we're so funny and clever and good-looking. Funny, clever, and good-looking. Alright, we're on track. We're on track, and somebody's been here. So let's not tippity-tappity, lest I make things hippity-happity. Shit. Muppets. Let's avoid the Muppets and go around. I just don't want to shooty gun bang. But yeah, so a bunch of companies all got into a who owns what legal fight, and when the toy company making the Exo Squad toys did a design that was very clearly the Mad Cat, everyone kind of went, hang on. They attempted to sue the FASA attempted to sue the company who was stealing stuff. They lost. Buggers. And they lost so hard that Harmony Gold went after them. Is that where I want to be? No, I want to be this way. Alright, take it. Let's take the train. This doesn't seem like it has any downsides at all. Oh wait, cool. Swamaz, I didn't know you were working for the cool peoples. That's really rad. That is always one of the challenges of games like this, is trying to hold a conversation whilst navigating alien environments filled to the brim with things that want you dead. Doing good. Yeah, no, Swamash, that's really fucking cool. It's gonna be fucking good to see you when you get up this way. That'll do it. Sorry, Swamaz was saying then use some form of professional Magic players. Yeah, that's a quick way to learn how to be in that space. Wait. Alright, iceberg dead ahead. Sorry, I promise I'll stop comparing everything to Tarkov for 5 seconds. It's just... No. Bugly, no. I don't like you. You vomit weird shit at me. I don't like you. We're not friends. As I'm immediately failing the first session in How Not to Be Seen. Numbers is like, don't believe Will's lies. Mama, ooh, just killed a man. Shooty gun banged out his head. Pulled the trigger several times. He might be dead. I just need this fucking bug to die. I find their loot, their stuff, their things? Oh my word. Alright, so. I say. I found some good stuff here, friends. I think we did. Really annoyed we can't take that fancy legendary thing with us. That'd be lovely. I should probably get out of here. I should probably get out of here, shouldn't I? And Jim, what ho, friend? How goes it? Alright, yeah, just dead ahead. I feel like I might be the villain now. Like, I was the plucky underdog when we began this adventure. Now I might be the baddie. Okay, well, whatever those are, they can fuck right off. They're like giant exploding ticks. Oh, and speaking of which, it is time to fuck off. 5 minutes to call it an extraction. Oh, you know what, Jim? That's lovely of you to say. I'm more than happy to be second screen while people are doing some creative writing. What is boring writing? I'm just happy to be here. Hidden stash? It's not good. Shit. Oh, cool. You guys explode. And by cool, I mean fuck no. Oh, these little buggers can't climb. Oh, stop screaming at me! Don't know where I'm going! Alright, it's on the other side of this. Alright, I'm calling a fucking taxi, and we are pissing the... Oh, piss. Sure is a lot of creatures. Oh, that's cool. We can use the alien bugs to do like a squish. I can't hit shit. Yeah, cool. Ship's on the way. Alright, where are those grenades? Job's done. Jesus. It's a messy fucking smear and a half. Double tap. Whee! I'll take a seat. Get me the fuck out of here. I gotta go. I gotta go. I don't wanna be here. Yeah! Look at that! A whole ass fucking head with me. Some person's gun that I took from their corpse. Good times, good times. Ark the Conclave says I'm their background noise for dinner. Lovely. Yeah, Rainier, you can play as a girl. Already better than Tarkov. Yeah, there seems to just be like a a selection of standard characters, and I wasn't feeling like being Blando Calrissian. God, it feels good. Well, let's go get paid. Have a natter. Checking on the animals, see if I have to run off and do more things.
Prospector. You can handle that, I'm sure.
Oh, they want us to hunt Muppets as well. Lovely.
Yeah, see you.
Alright, so what are these things? Rewarded by required for upgrades to your quarter supply, catch generator, etc. This seems fine. Sorry, I'm feeling very smug there. We kicked a lot of ass. Well, yes, I will. I think I will have a brandy. What state are you in? Absolutely fine. So where were we, friends? My conversation is lilting and all over the place today. But no, it's one of the things that... I mean, I keep saying this. I've been very kindly given a handful of... Sorry. Let's do cohesive people words. I've been very kindly given some commander decks for Magic. And pre-Plague, there was a group that would go to the Ray Gun Lounge on the regular for a spot of... Commander on the weekly. And that's something that I really do miss. Because I'm not saying Commander is a perfect format by any means. And, you know, the Canadian Highlander does seem very, very interesting. But with Commander, I found that there's a balancing element because you have to look the person in the eye. To a crazy hippie, Watto, how are you doing? Lovely to see you. Oh yeah, so Salen was playing Canadian Highlander today, and I have been very kindly given a bunch of commander decks over the last couple of years. But because of plagiary and, you know, now having more work in a day than I know what to do with, I haven't had the chance to just go and spend an afternoon playing Commander. But it's something that I'm definitely looking forward to. Because I'm one of those people that really, really enjoys kind of definitely the hoarding elements of... Oh, we can only upgrade one bit of our house at a time. Alright, it's a good excuse to hang around and have a natter. Got a minute left on that one. But no, I've always really, really enjoyed Commander because it really does allow you to just focus on the kinds of cards you want to play and construct and have a lot of fun with it. Yes, you can build infinite combos and nonsense, but if you're the arsehole at the table doing that and everybody else knows it, prepare to have 3 angry people wailing on you. And yes, Krypton, we're playing the cycle today. Honestly, I just wanted to understand this more than anything else, you know? Oh, and Rainier, that's lovely to hear. Oh, So Crazy Hippie, that sounds feckin' lovely. Hippie was saying that they get to play on the weekends and then get stuck into... Where's that generator I can upgrade? This one. There we go. So getting to play Magic online once a week and an actual, like, a local store. That's lovely. And I'm very, very jealous. So I kind of have to live vicariously through all of your stories. But yeah, it's one of those formats that I really enjoy because with the right group, it creates a... It creates a space where the focal point is not who can... It creates a focal point that I really enjoy when it comes to Magic. The social element definitely... okay, the social element for me clears a few of the more frustrating elements when it comes to actually playing Magic online. Sorry, playing Magic with people. Sorry, that was what I was trying to say. Harmonious was saying the Commander is probably their favourite format, but they've heard both celebrated and demonised as being relatively casual. Find it thematically satisfying in a way that's fun to play. Yeah. Though in the past we've attempted to do massive Commander games, and let me tell you, those always take so long. I think the max we got around a table was either like 10 or 12 people. We ended up playing until like stupid o'clock in the morning. It was kind of fun. Back when I was at CA, the local game store would do Magic on a Friday night, where the owner would basically invite everybody, close the store, and then come play Commander with us. And we were allowed to bring beers and stuff like that, and it was real good fun. Congratulations! It's a gun! I wonder if Bar Guy is going to give us any more nonsense. Salem says, once you hit 6, you've got to do a Battle Royale style where you can only attack left and interact with neighbours. Yeah. We did not do that, and it was carnage. Like, it's one of those things where I'm glad we tried it, because in creating an unplayable mess of a format, we learnt a lot.
Hey. Take care out there,
Mr. Marston. Oh yeah, but numbers, it was kind of a combination of, it was just as Commander had become a recognized format. But myself and friends have been dreaming about when things were a little safer of trying out like the mega games and stuff like that. That's the one we're definitely eyeballing. Ah, the sigh. Actually, I haven't worked out if there's a way to repair your kit yet. Sorry, here's me getting distracted by playing around with attachments. See, the thing is, friends, I feckin' love weapon customization in video games. It's always been a selling point to me. Often I feel that sci-fi games tend to go generic and kind of soft with upgrades. In like, you know, this is just an incremental +1 to damage. This is a +1 to magazine. When you think about like, you know, shooty gun bang of the future, you should be able to do some wild stuff with that, right? But yeah, I've been very kindly sent some really fun Commander decks. I just haven't had a chance to play them. And Hippie, I would love to come hang out, but just I don't have the time right now. That's why I'm very glad that peeps come by and hang out on stream, so I can have a natter with you all, because this is literally where I have the most amount of time.
Yes?
No dangerous science for me.
Very well.
Thor, are you talking about the Tokyo Highway Challenge drifty game? The races were interesting. I mean, I feckin' love Japanese street racing because I'm a massive weeb. But for a $6 game on Steam, it's pretty bloody good. So Robin is saying they've made some changes to this game, and it used to be only one evac ship at the end for everyone. Oh no! I saw a few Battle Royale attempted titles that did something similar. I think you remember, friends, when we did that sponsored game that was like muskets and katanas as a Battle Royale title. That one had a feature where you got to keep your kit if you were one of the winners. And the idea, I think, was it was trying to encourage people to let others win. Oh, sorry, let other people get the evac even if they're not going to win. But what it really did is it created a situation where if you had the legendary weapons, you just wailed on everyone as they tried to come aboard, took all their stuff, and then for the rest of forever, you could just start with the good kit. Rainier, I've not had the chance to watch anything, but that does sound fascinating. Like, I haven't seen Spy Family, I've not caught up with a bunch of stuff. We should just go get ourselves into mischief one more time. Well, I mean, Rainier, it's entirely possible that I have already been time traveling. So, we'll see how that one goes. Now, so, Mecha Noel, I don't disagree, like, Commander is a complicated format. It's not a good one to bring people in for a first time. God, there was a multiplayer betrayal format they did recently. Oh, actually, no, it wasn't recently. It was 2017. Fuck me running. And I'm desperately trying to remember what it was. And that one had fun facts, fun things like when you started, you could like name certain cards to proc certain abilities. It was a drafting multiplayer format with betrayal mechanics. And I'm desperately trying to remember. Desperately trying to remember what it was. Oh, conspiracy! Sadlin, Mecha Noel, and Hippie, thank you. Okay. Conspiracy is still one of the most fun formats I've had. For those of you who don't know, I don't know if it's still the case, but Wizard of the Coast used to do care packages for games companies. And I had it coming through when we were at CA, which was lovely. And when I moved out to New Zealand, there we go. When I moved out to New Zealand, I got the same thing going again. There you go. Oh wait, we can put flashlights on this? Feckin' yo! I'll turn on the blinky flashlight. Job's good. Let's put some more bling on this one. But yeah, so Conspiracy was a brilliant drafting multiplayer format with a changeable throne for mischief. God, it was so good. I mean, I guess I'm a sucker for it, but yeah. it thoroughly understood what it was trying to do, and it was very clear with like the new flavor spice rules, because they were inside the format as you were drafting. You know, the crazy loopy stuff that would happen in Conspiracy was literally explained on the cards as you were pulling them. It didn't require you to know a whole new system. And yeah, Salem, that would be real fun. I don't think we're at a point yet where it's responsible to be like, hey, 20 people come around my house for no reason. As much as every part of my little brain's like, oh, you should bring more people over. Let's go cause some mischief. Like, maybe our character dies, maybe we don't, maybe we murder someone, maybe we don't. Let's just go get into some mischief. We've got plenty of ammo, plenty of health, plenty of grenades. In, out, 5 minutes, no fuss. But yeah. I'm sure we've talked about this before, friends, but one of the great challenges about getting older as a nerd is trying to find... I don't even know if this is a thing. One of the things about getting older as a nerd is the areas of your nerdery that you can stay current in. For myself, like, I have a big focus on video games and indie games and the whole shebang, and that takes a lot of my time just to keep up with stuff. Like, especially with the sheer amount of nonsense getting dropped on Steam, it's like, it's not as vital, but I try and stay current with what's dropping so that I don't end up like missing out on something potentially really good in the indie space, you know? I thought I heard someone running. Alright, we'll go hit some caverns. Find some ore. Live a little. So we're here. Oh wow, alright, yes, we're going to rock pools. Going right across the map again. Also, this mining mechanic, this is some peak, like, Deep Rock Galactic satisfying. Like, no joke. Like, when you get everything out of it, it all kind of crumbles in and you have that really nice, meaty, kinetic nonsense. Sign me up. Muppets. Muppet, no. Silly Muppet. Oh, hang on a second, friends. I'm just gonna pray that I don't get shot in the face. Hang on a sec. We are okay. Harmonious was saying that they have a draft queue, mostly commons and uncommons, hoping someday to use for intermediate teaching. Yo! NAF Magic decks are great fun. For Thanksgiving last year, we had some friendos over in our little pod, and we busted out the demo decks, like the OG, you know, Welcome to Magic the Gathering, here is the most basic of basic stuff decks. It was a lot of fun, like, I won't lie. Smoking native nerds. And Sailor and I played a few rounds with some really, really, like... What was it, like the penny card decks or something like that? And that was a lot of fun. Okay, so the Pauper decks. Yeah, they're a ton of fun. And I know, like, I'm the one late to the party on this, but I don't want to fight those. I don't want to fight you. I think they might have heard me. Oh yeah, so we were using battle decks. They're a Card Kingdom product of relatively strong decks using budget cards. Okay. Sorry I misunderstood the format, but that's fucking cool. Yeah, I've got this feeling that I'm basically just surviving in this game due to dumb. So, like, we're probably, like, inching our way around massive, horrible death, and I keep just, like, stepping to the left instead of stepping into, like, the big nest of monsters. That's a chasm! Mechanoil was saying that battle decks are a good product. There's some card choices I'm not sure of. I mean, Magic is what Magic is. You know? The first, the biggest, the most powerful. And there's such a breadth and depth of things you can do with Magic the Gathering as to keep it fun, as to keep it something worth returning to. You know, I'm definitely one of those people that I couldn't play Standard. But oh, someone's taking exception. Look at that little fella. Oh, and his friends see me. That's bad. Oh. Woo! Might be in trouble, friends. This is not good. God, these things are horrifying. Why are you so gross? Well, we can now come back here. Actually, where do we need to go? Not that way! Oh, I can probably sneak in the back of this thing. Love it. Love it! Oh, a lot of spinal columns here, not gonna lie. Don't you roar at me. Oh. Heck you, Muppet! Oh, okay, so it wasn't just a Muppet, it was somebody coming in on a... somebody getting a taxi out of here. Alright. Oh, they might be in sniper range. They got tree coverage. Nerds. I don't get tree coverage when I'm getting out of here. Yo, have we discussed the fact that Groot's killed people yet? I know I meant to talk to you all about that. Yeah, we did. We talked about it yesterday. Okay. On the plus side, if that lot just bugged out in a taxi, the chances of us being eyeballs deep in people fights significantly decreased. Data drive missing. Upgrade hard slot. Huh. Cool. I wonder if there's like little like environmental unlocks in this. That would be rad as hell. Huh? A new challenger has entered the field. Exactly where we need to go. Fuck! Let's have a little look around here. How much I thought I saw data drives something you could get on stations? Possibly. Like, yeah, I wonder if they're kind of like, you know, the ritual skulls or the key cards. That's what gets us into the upstairs. Because it looked like in that big, messy underground facility that we checked out earlier on, it looked like that if we had enough time to redirect and rework all of the power cells, that we might have been able to create a situation where we could open up that super loot area, but we'd probably get shredded for our troubles. I haven't seen anybody else operating in pairs in this, which is kind of fascinating. Yeah, not sure if Storm or Gigantic Monster. Just gotta sincerely hope that whoever it is that spawned over this way decides that. Shit. I didn't disturb those birds, somebody else did. This is bad, this is bad, this is exceedingly bad. Right, that was me, I definitely disturbed those ones. Not sure if gunfire or things exploding from space. Although on the plus side, if our goal is to fuck us off, just use the big explosions for audio cover, right? Oh, I am so smart. I am so smart. There's no way this plan could ever be bad. I am exceedingly nervous. The thing is, I don't know if the rock explosions are good. I don't know if rock explosions are bad. Oh. That was definitely someone. Gotcha. I got him. Made him do tiny pee-pee. I did not murder him, no. He did not drop. See, I love engagements like this, because right now that person probably thinks I know what I'm doing. Like I'm some great hunter assassin, waiting, lurking in the shadows. Truth, I'm just an idiot with a rifle. You know, friends, perception is everything. Ooh, is that in there? Oh, there he is. Sneaky cheeky. Sneaky cheeky doing a peeky. Some of us never stop playing Sniper Elite. Alright. This is what we call a disadvantageous conflict. So, fuck him, fuck that, fuck this, let's go. Right, whatever, beef arms, I'm not fighting you. Between the rain, then the low visibility from humidity. Mother Hubbard. Someone's having a party over here. I mean, you all saw the guy silhouetting himself up there. Exactly where we need to be. This is going to end in conflict. This is going to end in blood. Most likely, it'll be mine. Who knows? Maybe we'll get lucky. Okay, everybody, we'll be very quiet. Fuck you. Fuck you, tree. It's because I'm talking shit about Groot, isn't it? Oh, fuck off. Oh, we are getting exceedingly close to the bad. Good news is, the rain kind of... Rain masks our feet, but also theirs. Oh, come on! Fuck everything. Fuck everything sideways. But we did hunt some spiders successfully. That should have been mine. What the hot fuck? Oh well. Though perhaps not a terrible time to call our, at least our shooty gun bag adventures to a close. So... okay, so, let's unpack what we've gotten so far from this. On the one hand, it's a very, very accessible version of the, like, open emergent narrative, kind of like PvP, PvEV, PvPvE experience. It's also very free, which is a very good price point, comparable to other experiences. Well, it costs a bit. The person's Steam name is 1,800 milligrams of Benadryl. Someone's having the sneezies. Unless that's a horrible reference that I didn't get and will now be yelled at for saying out loud. Currently, this suffers from a problem of a lot of more modern shooters, that it's very hard to tell what is happening in an engagement, like who's winning and why. I feel that kind of that squishiness that comes from like geared PvP environments where you're not always sure why your gun is like wet farts in the sand and why their gun is like immortal heat-seeking bullets. But it's accessible and it's at a very low price point. There is a strong push towards the season passes, and the season pass does include gear. But I don't know this well enough. I don't know this game well enough to know how much of a difference those items make, you know what I mean? I can't cast any aspersions on anything because, feck do I know?
Anything we can help you with? Come back anytime.
The other person needs to go talk to. Well, so Secret Robert, that's not correct. We got an assault rifle and we've got some items from the current season pass. But those are the free season elements. So, like, I don't know how far it extends. Like, I'm not disparaging this game at all. I'm unpacking. And this does feel like something that I could just holler at some friends and go, hey, like,
Prospector.
come join me for some mischief.
Completed already, huh?
And it definitely has that free-to-play... It definitely has that free-to-play UI design philosophy, which is very loud! And I guess because of the different rep grinds, it would be easier to gauge users' equipment and abilities for matchmaking. Because we've not encountered anyone who has like a super whooper, you know, across the map murder gun. Everyone we've fought has the same level kind of kit as we do. So it makes me wonder how that experience changes. Or because I'm solo, I'm only being matched against solo people in a similar environment. Like, look, I love immersion narrative games. I fucking love them. The reason that I'm not playing Sea of Thieves all day, day is because you all would get very sick of me very quickly. And, you know, I don't have 2 fucking minutes to rub together. But I can see why people take to this. And as experiences go, like, the only thing that this now lacks, unfortunately, is like, where does this experience take you to? I mean, and it's also partially a thing that, you know, Tarkov suffers from, but Tarkov has such a high skill ceiling before you get to the point where you even start questioning, like, what is happening. With this, like, so the goal is to get better gear, to get out, and I guess improve our little room so we can start generating more things, but what are we generating those in service of? Like, narratively, I think we're supposed to be, like, aggressive prospectors, going down to the planet, mining stuff, trying to rebuild a colony that got broken due to MacGuffin-flavored nonsense. Like, okay, that makes sense. But mechanically and experientially, where does this take us? Now, there was a lot there, another map that was harder. So it could very much be one of those, you know? Oh man, we need more sheets and spines. Lame. So, yeah, if any of you have any thoughts and feels on this, I'd love to hear them. Ultrazini was just saying, like, health kits are a must. They are. Lag is also very nasty. It is. I would have loved to have had a shoddy too hottie when we encountered whoever that numpty was. At least that way I could have lost with at least a smidgen of dignity. The gunplay feels alright once you pop some mods on your stuff and go from there. But I will say the weapons feel incredibly weighty, and then you hit someone and then they feel very light. You know, the impact of the bolt action is really good, but then you plink something and it's like the weight and the noise doesn't match the mechanical impact, is the only thing I've noticed. But I think that's because the guns were designed to be kind of like one slot each, and then the tiering system of weapon quality was changed. I do like high octane mundane, the high octane of the mundane. You know, a lot of what you are doing is mining for stuff, picking up some junk, shooting a monster. But the added element of people adds for a spice, an incredibly violent, scary Spice, who was my least favorite of the Spice Girls. Not a lot of people know about her. Her existence was kept a secret for some time. Sorry, I think I'm funny. So yeah, this is very curious. Sea of Thieves is still the current contender and winner, but just because it's more about the session as a story than it is about like progression of shooty gunbang. Have I tried to customize my character since we started? Not really. You know, I think these are the different prospectors, and then we get banners, emotes, sprays, and even our drop pods are customized. But I feel like the drop pods are more if you're playing with people. It's also worth saying, I've been playing the solo. Now, when it comes to Tarkov and things like that, I almost predominantly play solo. Organizing people is a very stressful thing, but a necessary part of my day-to-day. So usually, unless we're all bundled in Discord together, I don't organize groups. You know, the most people would ever get from me was a heads up of, yo, you awake? Want to play some Tarkov? And that was it. So I spent a large proportion of my time in that game just trundling around. Tarkov also had one extra feature, which is always worth talking about, which is the Scavs mode. And honestly, I kind of feel like Scavs... Guinea pigs have strong opinions on this one. Hello, baby boy. I kind of feel like the Scavs is worthy of being a mode unto itself. Sorry, if you're unaware of it, what it happens is you spawn with a random character with pockets full of random things and a random weapon. Go. But the NPCs in the world won't attack you unless you start fights. They'll not only will they not attack you, apparently in newer versions, if you have good enough rep with them, you can get them to follow you. You can make like a little gaggle of NPCs trundling around. That's real fun. The other thing is because Tarkov is so uncompromisingly unforgiving. Like, he has no qualms of killing you from, you know, a scratch on a fence, but you just didn't have a way to patch your leg up. Or, you know, your character's a little thirsty. Now they're dead. But the scabs created a no risk or reward situation. Now, compared to a player, you are woefully under-equipped. You'll be lucky if you have anything resembling armor, and your gun will be held together by, duct tape and feckin' chewing gum. But everything on your person is yours. All you got to do is get out the level. And I find that fascinating. I don't feel that they've utilized that. Apparently they're going to be doing like a PvP mode, like a 5v5 squad shooter game. And cool, sure, great, I guess. But there's nothing about those additions that I want to be a part of. Anyway, so friendos, I'm going to roll credits in just a second. And I'll see if there's some lovely people on this twitch.television that we can raid into. But I want to say thank you, and I'm so sorry about today. I saw your messages, friends. I see your concern. I'll respond to messages as soon as I get time. But I'm going to focus on the good. And the fact is that even in the most trying of times, you lot have kept us going. And I'm gonna keep fighting. I ain't giving up. I'm still here. But also, I love doing this. Today was absolutely nothing like what we planned. And yet you all still came and hung out. We talked about magic and video game marketing and all sorts while playing, let's be honest, a very mainstream oriented free to play game. Like, this has been a lovely day, friends, and I cannot say thank you enough. And to that end, I must thank the people who keep this whole bloody thing afloat. Because, as I've said before, without you lot, one, I don't get to eat, but two, I'd just be a man yelling at shit by himself, in his room, like an unhinged squirrel. First up, Bacon Avenger, thank you for the donation, and Jackie as well. Cash donations hit the accounts immediately, and I can use them to go buy food. I'm probably going to go on a mission to go pick up Fiona some painkillers or devil's lettuce or something to help tonight. To Erriman, Bacon Avenger, Vanderbeest, Crux, and J-Post, like as I've said, bits are still the biggest thing keeping us afloat. Thank you. Your moderator today was Rhymes and Moose, but also thank you to Caffeine, Lizzie Tipau, and Tal! And to Sonic the Ledgepog, Guar Official, Crux, Hot Mayonnaise Cannon, Harmonious, Pirate Software, and Rainier. Most of you were tagged by Jackie and the Hunters of House Carl, but I'm going to add an additional thank you, which is to all of you. Very thank you. This has been a lovely day, and I do mean that. If you want to check in on Discord later, friends, I might be either just chilling and drinking or Sea of Thieves-ing later on once the puppies are all to bed. So yeah, just keep an eye on the Discord. If we get a crew together, then lovely. And Zeke, that'll probably be your evening or afternoon. So if you don't mind heinous lag, we could sail the seas. No promises. Right, on that subject of sea sailing, let us see who's about. Also, Zeke, actually, Zeke, if you want to be band buddies, I'm down for it. Aperios is my only current band buddy at the moment. Twitch added a back-end feature where you can share band lists with other people, and it flags people banned in other channels as bright shifting. Yo, here we go. Catastro, who is usually an artist on Twitch.television, is currently playing Death Stranding. So let's go distract the hell out of them, because they are one wonky bike wheel away from absolutely stacking large amounts of boxes. Zeke said, I don't ban people very often, but sure. Yeah, we just get to be band buddies. I'll send you a band buddy invite. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm going to pass you over to Catastro. You know I love Death Stranding. It is the biggest, weirdest AAA game we've seen in so long. They are playing the Director's Cut version, which adds a lot of things that could possibly remove some of the elements of it, so I'll be interested to see what their thoughts and feels are. But no, seriously, friends, thank you for a lovely day, and thank you for looking after us, alright? To be continued. To be continued! Right. We pass you over this way. Right. Onward!